To our November 10th, 2020 regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. We will move to item 2.2, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. And I will go ahead and start. Those of you who can stand, please do. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Boy, when that flag comes out, it takes up my whole screen. Thank you, everyone. Let's do roll call, and then I will pause for a second. So, no, actually, let me go ahead and pause for a moment and take chair's privilege to introduce and to welcome our board clerk, Maisha Jameson.
Yay.
Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you, guys. I'm excited.
Yeah, so welcome,
Yes.
welcome.
Yes, thank you so much.
And now we'll just go ahead and we'll start with roll call.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow.
Yes.
Trustee Handy.
Here.
Trustee Brown. Skip her for now. Trustee Gonzalez-Ewing.
I'm right here.
Trustee Weinstein. Skip for now. Trustee Reese.
Here. I think there's a comment from Meredith.
And Meredith, it's you. Great. And President Bonilla.
Here.
Thank you, Madam President. You do have a quorum.
Thank you. And can you tell me, so are we having technical issues for Trustee Weinstein as well as Trustee Brown?
Well, Trustee Brown is here. She's logged into Zoom and is using the chat.
Oh, okay. Okay, we will work on the Trustee Weinstein issue. I'm in the chat world. Thank you. Okay. We will go ahead. I'm
Madam
sorry, what was
President,
that?
if I could just briefly, I don't have chat.
Okay. we will work with you, Trustee, with you, Withrow, even without chat. Yes. We'll go ahead and move to report action taken in closed session. Madam Vice President.
Hi, Madam President. We are going to do the report from the closeout session when we go back to our closed session. So it will be later this evening.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. We'll go ahead and move to approval of the agenda. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
And a second.
I do have a comment on the agenda.
Yes, Trustee Withrow.
The meeting last time, we had the college's institutional self-evaluation reports, the ones that go to the ACCJC, and they're not on this agenda, but are scheduled for the 8th of December. But there's, which is good because there are 1,104 pages. And this gives us plenty of time to read and digest documents that an awful lot of time, effort, and energy went into. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes. So those are the ICERs that you are referring to. So with that, we will take Trustee Gonzalez.
Could we move item 6.7, that's security cameras, to action, please?
Yes, for the record, we are moving item 6.7 to action,
Thank you.
and that's it. Thank you for that. And if we have no other comments, then we'll go ahead and take roll call. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you. Trustee Withrow,
Yes.
Trustee Handy,
I'm sorry, this is to move to pull items for discussion. Where are we exactly? Because I don't want to make that
Trustee
same
Handy-
mistake as last time.
Trustee
Yes.
Handy, we're on approval for the agenda, but if this is your time, that if you have something you'd like to make any adjustments to the agenda, right now is the time.
No, I just want to make sure that we have a discussion on item 7.2.
Item 7.2, you would like to move that to action?
Mhm.
But it is action.
It is action, yes. Okay.
Is it an action item? Oh, I'm so used to our numbers going down.
Yeah.
Okay, 7.2 is already in action. Is there anything else, Trustee Handy?
I can't tell the way board doc. I don't think there's anything else on there. If it is, I will inbox you real quickly. I'm looking for my
Okay.
notes. I think I've already.
I do have Trustee Brown.
Yeah, I had a question about the IT contract. Gosh, I have this, gotta go through my paper agenda. But I had a question about that. That is that's an action item too, right?
It's under the
IT.
chancellor's reports.
Yeah, that's not an item for voting. That's an item for information then.
It's just an informational, yeah.
Okay, great. All right. I had a question about that, but that can wait because it is not an action for voting.
Thank you. Okay, so we can go ahead and take the roll call. We have, and just to clarify, we have 6.7 that was moved into action.
And can we clarify who's second? I don't have your voices down yet, so if it'd be helpful to say the name right after you make a motion.
Oh, that's right. Sorry about that.
I'll get it soon.
I think.
so I had Trustee Reese as making the motion and Trustee Withrow as the second.
Thank you for that, and we'll go ahead and take roll call on the item.
And this is a 2.5 agenda with accepting 6.7 move to action. Trustee Withrow,
Yes.
Trustee Handy,
Yes.
Trustee Brown.
Yep.
Trustee Gonzalez-Ewing,
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein.
Yes.
Oh, great.
Hi, Karen.
Hi. Hold on.
We were
Trustee Reese
Yes.
and Trustee Benia.
Yeah,
Thank you. Motion carries.
thank you. Item 2.6, approval of the minutes. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Withrow, second.
Second.
Second by Weinstein, thank you. And we will take roll call.
Trustee Withrow,
Yes.
Trustee Handy,
Yes.
Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Ewing,
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein,
Yes.
Trustee Reese,
Yes.
and Trustee Benia.
Yes.
Minutes approved.
Thank you. Item 2.7, Associated Student Government Reports. Madam Vice President, do we have our students with us
Yes,
this
we
evening?
do. We have one student that is lined up, and it is Liam Zhu from Berkeley City College. Liam, are you in the room?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Liam.
Thank you. Wait. Oh, there we go. Hello, Madam President, Madam Vice President, Interim Chancellor Walter, Vice Chancellor Brown, and trustees. My report today will be on ASBCC activities since the previous open session. The ASBCC has helped facilitate the elections watch party, as well as participating in the post-election debrief, both of which that were sponsored by the Office of Student Activities and Campus Life. We also met with President Garcia and discussed student input on many topics such as campus safety and the President's Task Force on racial inequity and racial injustice and inequity. My apologies. Yeah, moving forward, the ASBCC will keep on working with the student ambassadors towards providing game nights and other recreational activities. Some members are also looking to hold regular community student community circles, which are aimed at stress relief and extended communications. The first of which will begin tomorrow at 5 p.m. I also have word that writing, poetry, and art showcases are in the works as well from our student council members. We're also acutely interested in the prospect of the adoption of open educational resources across the faculty base here at BCC. And we're looking to support that as a group. And that will conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Liam. Madam President, I believe that's all we have lined up for student reports.
Thank you, and thank you, Liam. We'll move on to item 2.8, Peralta Classified Senate Report.
We have Terrence Fisher on the line.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Sure.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, great. Good evening, President Bonilla, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Walters, presidents, and guests. Tonight we have a report from the Classified Professional Development Committee and one Classified Senate Campus Report. We will start with the report from the Classified Professional Development Committee. The district's mid-semester Flex Day was held on October 20th and included necessary conversations on equity, accreditation, at-home ergonomics, and best practices for applying as an internal candidate. The Classified Professional Development would like to offer a special thanks to Inger Stark, Staff Development Officer, for her assistance in coordinating these efforts district-wide, and to Chancellor Walter for recognizing the importance of allowing district office staff to participate in the day's activities, and for further granting release time to classified staff district-wide. This year was the inaugural Flex Day that authorized release time for all classified staff district-wide to participate in Flex Day activities. We look forward to working with district administration to ensure this becomes the standard at Peralta. The next report comes from the Berkeley City College Classified Senate. The Berkeley City College Classified Senate met on Tuesday, October 27th, and welcomed Vice President of Instruction Kunai Hay and voted to confirm the 2021 ICER report. The Senate will review committee representation to ensure that classifieds are present throughout campus governance bodies and committees. The Senate will also review goals for the academic year and will focus on COVID-19 safeguards, diversity and equity, and professional development. The Senate will discuss a vote to fill the now open Senate Vice President position and hopes to nominate and elect a new Vice President by December. The Classified Senate's next scheduled meeting is Tuesday, November 17th, I apologize, November 17th. That is the end of the campus reports. Thank you very much for your continued support of the Peralta Classified Senate.
Thank you, Terrence. We'll move on to item 2.9, District Academic Senate Report.
Good evening, President Bonilla and members of the Board of Trustees, the Chancellor, and everyone else. Last week, we had our state plenary where the discussions were mostly in diversity and equity. And we adopted a number of resolutions, including areas around how to, about our curriculum being on opposing legislation on curriculum without including the Academic Senate, and to support academic freedom. We also were trying to address the ethnic studies requirement and graduation requirement for it, and looking at the non-repeatable language once again, and dealing with discipline lists. The faculty, as you know, are about 4 weeks away from the end of this fall semester. And students this month are already signing up for classes for spring. And so hopefully we'll still be able to have those face-to-face classes such as CE and lab classes. And we could keep our county, in the orange, I think it still is, and not go the worst way, so we won't have those face-to-face classes. So hopefully this semester has been going good with our face-to-face CE classes. We haven't heard of any problems, health related problems or otherwise. And so we're looking forward to spring semester and all of the work that everybody has done this semester on their courses. So thank you very much, and look forward to seeing everybody at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Donald Moore. We will move to public communication. Madam Vice President.
Madam President, we have two individuals in the queue, Jennifer Shanowski and Kim Bridges. Jennifer, Kim, are you in the room?
I'm here. Good evening. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge and thank Mark Johnson for doing double duty as board clerk and also public relations, and welcome Maisha and thank her for stepping in as well. I know it's a hard job, and I appreciate both of you. I wanted to start by talking a little bit about the elections. I want to congratulate Kevin Jenkins and Deanna Delphine Polk on their election to our Board of Trustees. I also want to congratulate Nikki Gonzalez-Yuen and Bill Withrow for their re-election. We look forward to continuing a productive collegial relationship with our democratically elected board. And we want to thank Karen Weinstein and Meredith Brown for their service and commitment to our students and our community. Karen, I want to extend a special thank you to you for your steadfast support of teachers, staff, and students, your commitment to improving Peralta, and also your willingness to always listen and collaborate with your labor partners. You will truly be missed. I'd also like to share some really good news that PFT received late this afternoon. As most of you know, PFT filed an unfair labor practice charge against the district last February, and we amended that charge throughout the spring term as more and more events occurred. After a prolonged delay due to COVID-19, today we received the decision. Every single charge made by the PFT was upheld. I mentioned this decision tonight not to gloat, but instead to point out that PFT's allegations and concerns were founded securely in the law. We had evidence and facts on our side. We hope that going forward, we're able to avoid costly and time-consuming litigation with the district and can instead work with them to ensure that we're all focused on our students our workers, and our community. PFT has always been and always will be willing to collaborate and problem solve in an effort to support our students. We're currently in the midst of a grievance associated with online class caps. This is the second such grievance this academic year. We sincerely hope that the district will recognize that continued violations of our contract and agreements as upheld by PERB will result in higher costs to student learning, employee morale, and district budgets. We'd also like to point out that consideration of class size is important for student enrollment, retention, and success. We look forward to resolving this issue by the end of the week. Thank you again to all of you for your time and your continued commitment to Peralta.
Thank you, Jennifer. Kim Bridges.
I'm not seeing Kim Bridges in the attendee list.
Okay. If that's the case, Madam President, we do not have any other individuals in the queue.
Okay, thank you for that. And that will move us to item 2.11, Chancellor's reports. Chancellor?
Okay, thank you very much. We have several reports to do today, and we'll do our best to be brief. And our first report will be from Dr. Rudy Besakoff, Interim President at Laney College.
Good evening, members of the board, Chancellor, and fellow colleagues in education. I'm actually going to begin my report tonight with a little bit of late-breaking news, and I'm today at about 5 o'clock, I received a letter from the Campaign for College Opportunity, and I'd just like to read the first sentence of the letter to you. It says, "Congratulations. Laney College has been named an inaugural 2020 Equity Champion of Higher Education for your exemplary work in awarding associate degrees for transfer to Black students on your campus." Obviously, this is a bit of great news to receive today, and very thrilled about it. It's also very much preliminary information, and I look forward to just sharing more with the board at the next meeting about that.
Oh, yay.
Anyway, just wanted to go ahead and share that bit of news with all of you.
Great.
I'd like to also share my screen as I have a little bit of a report to share here. I'll be brief. So on Friday, December 4th, very excited to announce that we will be holding the Laney College CTE Virtual Open House and Career Expo. And I've included the website, and it's also in my report to all of you. It's going to be an opportunity for us to feature and showcase our many programs, but specifically we'll be reaching out to our high school students in the area, as well as recent graduates, and especially individuals that with this economic downturn are in need of retraining or upgrading of their skills. Now, really, what's great about this is that typically an event like this is something that is in person and very hands-on. And I really have to commend our folks in career and technical education, especially Dean Crabtree, as well as our colleagues in student services for the immense amount of work they have put into the pivots that's going to take place for this event. There are going to be live chats with instructors and counselors bringing that necessary personal attention, as well as staff in a number of our areas, including the Welcome Center and financial aid. There will also be, and this is the part where the pivot has truly taken place, virtual workshops, demonstrations, and tours of throughout career and technical education. And for those who are not able to make the event on the 4th, a number of the events will actually be archived so they can be viewed as either videocasts or podcasts for up to 30 days after the event. This has really been an effort of innovation, and I just want to express my appreciation to all those involved. This is also a time of marketing for Laney College, and through our work, and I've reported to you periodically about the work we've done with the CVC OEI, or the California Virtual College online grant funds, and a lot of what we've done as it relates to curriculum development and other areas, but certainly promoting the college has been another area in which they've excelled. You can see there that we've done in a number of languages, a lot of campaigns and outreach in a variety of forms to our community. Also, if you come off the Bay Bridge, perhaps you've seen the electronic billboard that's out there. I think another thing that's amazing is that in addition to all the work that we do on social media, be it Facebook, be it Instagram, or other platforms, we also do a lot of mobile advertising that goes across hundreds of different apps away from social media. So that's another thing that's coming. So really, it's actually a chance for Laney to celebrate, because on November 18th, excuse me, as part of a 70 college consortium, a lot of the folks involved, particularly Professor Alta Erdenbacher and our Public Information Officer, Lorena Baldazzo, will be presenting the great work we've done to the other 69 colleges that make up this group. So I think it's something to truly be excited about. Our work certainly continues with Guided Pathways. On October 28th and 29th, we had a Guided Pathways Areas of Interest Jam. I've talked about areas of interest as being the meta majors and what we're doing with those. We had faculty, classified, and administrators come together in coordination roles to promote each of the 8 areas of interest. Also attending the event were some of our alumni, and thank you so much to them for coming back to Laney to promote the college, just to meet with prospective students. And actually we had 50 of them turn out. And again, just with the power of this medium, for those who cannot make the events in real time, they are available in either podcast or videocast form. And then normally when you see a TV channel, you see maybe Laney College was featured in the news, but actually Laney College was on TV. On October 30th and November 1st, 4 Laney College employees, including myself, were interviewed to promote the college. And I would just like to take one moment to feature a short portion of that interview with our Vice President of Instruction, Vicki Ferguson.
So Vicki, what kind of student service do you provide to support your students at Laney College?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Laney College offers student support services such as learning communities, emergency grants for students, Chromebook loaner program, as well as Wi-Fi hotspots, and also book vouchers, as well as giveaways. In addition, we also offer enrollment support, assistance completing the FAFSA application, as well as technical assistance and tutoring and counseling support.
Oh, very good. That's really
just to name a few.
comprehensive. Yeah, that's comprehensive services. So,
So again, just some great work that was done by our Vice President of Student Services, Vicki Ferguson, our Public Information Officer, Lorena Baldazzo, as well as our staff assistant and also support for our APAS program, Huishen Su, who also appeared on the program and spoke Mandarin as well, to tell students about our Anna Peasy grant that we recently earned. So with that, I will wrap up my report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Besikoff, for that report. So we'll move on now to President Angelica Garcia from Berkeley City College.
Thank you very much, Dr. Walter. Good evening, colleagues, members of the board, Interim Chancellor Walter, my colleagues on this call, and all of our participants. The Berkeley City College report, a couple of things I'd like to highlight. The first is that on October 29th, we had our second accreditation day. And thanks to our accreditation team, we did it in style with a lot of fun, and sponsored a Kahoot trivial quiz. So our student services leadership team provided it. It was I think about 24 questions related to our ICER, following the theme of Know It, Show It. It was fun, it was competitive, but really friendly in the sense that it highlighted how much we really do know about our college in preparation for the ICER, and also some areas of just need for further clarification. The greatest part about it was being able to answer these questions live, engage in conversation via chat, one-on-one, and we had over 50 participants at a pretty steady stream involved for the entire event. And I did say that it was competitive in the sense that you kind of saw your rankings, like where you were climbing and how things were going. And so it was really fun to see the spirit of the community cheering each other on. And there were some gifts that were raffled off, but again, the primary role was just getting input from the community about how we can continue to share our work related to the ICER and in preparation for the next spring's visit. The next thing I'd like to highlight, and the Associated Student Body President Liam Zhu already shared this, but it was such an important event, the post-election debrief that took place was a space where I feel really humbled and honored as president of the college to have shared space with students and faculty and classified professionals, just engaging both the sheer honor that it is to be able to exercise your right to vote, and also what it means to our community in terms of how the elections were rolling out. The conversations were incredibly professional, respectful, and the most important message I would say that came from that was students really thanking all the participants for just creating space. And the associated students have taken it upon themselves to continue to allow these kinds of community gathering spaces for students. And then lastly, what I'd like to share, President Besikoff, Interim President Besikoff already alluded to, which is that Berkeley City College also received communication from the Campaign for College Opportunity regarding our work in the conferral of associate's degree for transfer, one in terms of just overall transfer, and then second as an equity champion for our increase in transfer to our Latinx student population. So we're incredibly thrilled. That's truly comprehensive work with our strategic enrollment management plans, our strategic plans, Ed Master plans, how we connect to the strategic goals. And so I don't think that I'm alone to say that when a college receives recognition like that, it really is a multi-team effort across the district with the leadership of this board and our colleagues at the district office. More to come as Dr. Besikoff shared, and we hope that when the news is more public, the event that's taking place on November 19th, it would be great to have as many of our community supporters there. And with that, that concludes my remarks for this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. And we'll go on now to Dr. David Johnson, President of Merritt College.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, President Bonilla, trustees, Chancellor Walter, faculty, classified staff, and students, as well as community members. I'm pleased to share with you the Merit Board report for November 10th. I want to begin by saying, in response to Chancellor Oakley's call to action, Merit has been extremely active in our efforts to address any and every instance of structural racism. That's been our focus, and to ensure that all of our students feel welcomed, included, and represented. And so toward this end, we've created several social media platforms, and we've been running live workshops to recognize all of the contributions and efforts and advocacy in support of our underserved populations. Our most recent efforts have focused on our Latinx, Filipino, LGBTQ+, Indigenous, and undocumented students. And I just want to point out, most recently, our Black Panther Party, a historical dialogue set of workshops were extremely well received, And what was really interesting is that they dramatize how these aren't separate communities, but how the unification of all these communities can create a greater impact that can make a difference in the lives of our students. So in order to keep the momentum going, keep the conversation going, we invite you to attend a talk by Jason Seals on promoting equity and cultural pedagogy. And that's, I believe, on the 19th, November 19th at noon. I also want to share, because it's been alluded to, and I want to make sure that Merritt doesn't miss the boat on that too. Merritt College also was recognized by the Campaign for College Opportunity as a 2020 Equity Champion for higher education for its exemplary work in awarding ADTs specifically to Black and Latinx students. So there's a lid on that. I'm not supposed to say any more than that. So I just want to make sure that that I mention that as well. And finally, in some really, really good news, in support of our nursing students who are on the front lines, bravely preparing for the front lines of this pandemic while facing a lot of the financial difficulties that are a result of it. Really, really edifying to be able to share this. In partnership with the Peralta Colleges Foundation, Ms. Lanice Jones has done it again. And through the generosity of Ms. Grace Richter, who I had the opportunity to speak with a couple of weeks ago, and the La Miranda Rotary Club, 4 of our second-year nursing students were selected to receive $4,500 scholarships toward their education. And speaking with Ms. Richter, she really shared the impact that earning her nursing degree had on her in terms of really just changing the trajectory of her life, both economically and personally. So that was really, really satisfying that these students were able to receive the scholarship. And additionally, Dean Amboy, who oversees the Division of Allied Health and Public Safety, she recently applied for the second round of the First Responders Grant, and our efforts paid off and we were awarded the funding. So we're hoping to distribute this money before the end of the year to support those students who've been financially impacted by COVID-19. And that is the report from Merritt College.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. And last but not least, then we'll hear from Dr. Don Miller, the interim president at College of Alameda.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good evening, trustees, Chancellor Walter, community colleagues. It's great to be here with you this evening. Just a couple of quick highlights from the President's report. We are excited about the work and progress that the campus is making towards the Chancellor's call to action for racial and social justice. There's been some amazing work by faculty, staff, administrators, and students in the Puente program and working with the 1619 Project. Those groups of folks for Puente have gone to a conference recently for training, as well as Puente Mentor training. We've been excited to have a great brown bag series for the 1619 Project, and then also a wonderful presentation that I got to attend part of today by the students of the AFRAM 30 course that invited the entire campus to come and join them in discussion of presentations and papers that they had done related to the subjects of the 1619 Project, recognizing the struggles of African Americans in the United States since 1619. We also wanted to highlight for you briefly, we have a video to share with you that's sort of a virtual ribbon cutting for the new Center for Liberal Arts on campus, which is just about ready to open, although no students right now will be taking classes in the new building. The video was produced by Shonda Scott and Total Concept 360 in collaboration with Mark Johnson and the district marketing team. And I just wanted to say this before Mark plays the video. This amazing new facility is truly a showpiece for the entire campus. It exhibits all the best in architecture and design, and the amazing facility is entirely geared towards serving students and supporting them and helping them understand how much value we place on them, on their attendance, and on the amazing programs that'll be there. So you'll see highlighted art and apparel design and merchandising have special facilities within the building. And I'll just ask Executive Director Johnson to go ahead and cue the video. Mark, I don't think the audio is playing.
Mark, can you hear us? We're not hearing any audio. Mark, I don't know if you can hear us.
No, we can't hear the audio, Mark.
We did a test earlier this evening and it worked, so I'm baffled. Let's try it again.
Nope, still no sound.
I really think Venus is in retrograde because this has just been one technical challenge after another tonight.
Mark, would you like me to try to share it?
A lot of people, so that.
Sure, Don. If you've got it, that would be great.
If you can allow me to share screen, I can give it a try. Give me just 1 second to pull it up and have it ready. Okay, just one moment. This all squared away.
You know, one of the things that changed is that I did not have my earbuds in earlier. I wonder if that makes a difference.
Possibly. Let's see if we're able to share the audio. Can anyone hear the audio?
No.
No, we can't hear the audio.
Okay, it must be something in the setup with the screen sharing right now.
Well, I think they're just going to have to come to the opening.
Yep, definitely. We'll have to share it at another time, but it's a beautiful video. We'll send it out and share it with all of you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dr. Miller. It is a wonderful video, and thank you, Mark Johnson, for your efforts and your staff and everyone who was involved in putting that together. So you'll get to see it maybe in the movie theater.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I'm going to turn it back to you for a moment, President Bonilla, to see if the trustees have any comments or feedback for the presidents. Then I'll move into my report.
Most definitely. Thank you for that. And thank you, all 4 college presidents. And I'm wondering if that video will be uploaded to our normal kind of YouTube feed so that there can be wider access to it.
Absolutely. It is private right now, but we are going to make it public first thing tomorrow.
Fantastic. I have Trustee Weinstein in the queue.
Okay, thanks. I just want to say that it is so cool. It is so terrific to hear the presidents talk about what's going on and what you all have accomplished, the awards that you're getting. I mean, it is just so heartwarming to hear that. And I hope that everybody who watches this realizes how extraordinary this district is and how extraordinary these colleges are and the presidents. And so I wanted to say thank you to all of you for sharing with us. It's just extremely heartwarming, and I'm glad you're doing the work you're doing, and thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Weinstein. Trustee Gonzalez?
Thank you. I want to, in particular, give a shout out to DGS. That COA building got off to a really shaky start. And you all had to go back to the drawing board and really just kind of reimagine the whole thing from budget to completion, and that it's here practically is really exciting. And to have the best center being done in the same meeting, kind of being signed off, there's something going on in DGS that's working. I don't know what it is, but it's really nice to see performance. Thank you to the staff, to everybody who's involved, from the people who conceptualize what's needed on the campus to the execution, and especially to all the working people who actually put the darn thing up. In some of our buildings, we actually have plaques up at Merritt College in the Barbara Lee building, and in the lobby of the Berkeley City College building. There's a plaque with every name of worker who put labor into actually constructing the thing. And I hope that we will be able to continue to honor the working men and women of the building trades who actually build this stuff. So thank you. Nice work, team. Really nice work.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Trustee Brown?
Thank you. I would also like to congratulate Peralta, Team Peralta, particularly the DGS staff and those who have worked really hard and for years at this institution to maintain and to construct the facilities. It's a very difficult job. It's underfunded, and you deserve congratulations. And also I'd like to congratulate the college presidents and the taxpayers that gave us the bond to fund the $1 billion of facilities improvements that Peralta has needed for such a long time. They've been very generous. So our local community that supported us, thank you to them and to the staff that's helped create this opportunity.
Thank you, Trustee Brown. Any other comments from our trustees?
Yeah, I'll just
always wonder. Go ahead.
I'll just make one more comment. I would like to echo Trustee Weinstein's comments. I remember when I first came on the board, it was very rare to actually hear the presidents talk about their colleges, the students, the initiatives and things that were going on. So I am particularly so happy that we are finally hearing from our presidents, because there's so much that you all do as leaders on the ground. And it is just wonderful because you are the core of this district. So I am very, very thrilled that we are hearing about everything that's happening on a bi-weekly basis at your colleges. Keep up the fantastic work, the fantastic and challenging work.
Thank you for that. Any other trustees? Seeing none, I will also congratulate all four of you on your accomplishments. during this very challenging year. That's amazing. The students being acknowledged for their hard work through your graduation rates. So like, take the roof off. You guys are absolutely incredible. And of course, the buildings that are coming online. So we know that it takes a team to make the dream, right? What is it? Dream work makes the team work. Teamwork makes the dream work. So congratulations. Congratulations to all 4 college presidents and your amazing staff, your amazing students, just all the way around. And of course, the district, DGS, and all the amazing work. I see Keith Kajiga is on the call too. Take our hat off to you. Yes, with Build Peralta. And Chandra. I know Chandra is usually, sometimes she's on the call, sometimes she's not on the call. And so just amazing work. And thank you, Trustee Withrow, for representing trustees in the video and capturing. I thought it was so appropriate to have you as part of the ribbon cutting ceremony for the College of Alameda. So with that, Chancellor, we're going to move into presentations, and I see 3, and I'll let you go ahead and prepare the opening for each of these items.
Okay, well, I'm going to do a quick Chancellor's report here before we move into the presentation. So once again, I want to welcome Maisha Jameson as our board clerk in our temporary role. Thank you so much, Maisha, for being with us. And of course, thank you so much, Mark Johnson and Brandon Christian. He's not here right now in this segment, but boy, oh boy, what a heavy lift over the last couple of, well, it hasn't really been that long, I guess 2 board meetings, but I really want to thank you for your effort to make sure this is happening, whether or not the moon is rising in Venus or whatever tonight with Zoom. So just so you know, Maisha Jameson, she has her bachelor's degree from UC Berkeley in political science and legal studies, and she's been with our district since 2008. And you probably already know she's executive assistant at the Office of the President at Laney College. So we're really grateful that we're able to have her work with us. She has extensive experience with board docs and knowledge of the Brown Act and many years of executive board experience. So once again, Maisha, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. I'm very excited to work with everybody. So thank you so much for welcoming me.
You're welcome. So I just wanted to give everyone an update. So President Bonilla, Vice President Reese, all trustees, presidents and members, colleagues, guests, students, just going to give a brief update and let you know what's happening in a nutshell. We are moving forward with some strategic planning and enrollment management initiatives within the district. We've begun taking a hyper diligence approach to enrollment management, and we'll be driving this direction throughout our fabric. So this is really far beyond productivity and class sizes. We're looking at enrollment management as it encompasses the relentless attention of attracting and retaining our students and providing for their successful outcomes, a lot of which you've already heard from our presidents today, but as well as looking at linkages between our revenues and expenses. You know, we owe our communities and our students college opportunities in which they'll be thriving, and we'll have growing enrollments and helping our students to achieve their goals. So our downward trend in enrollment needs to be halted and turned upwards so we see robust growth and a way forward for our district. And so part of how we're going to be doing that is working with Cambridge West to help us in this process. And you might remember I mentioned that a couple of meetings ago. And then over the next few months, the district will be moving into revising strategic plans and ready to support our colleges and their educational master plans. We'll begin this work. Well, the colleges have already started on this work, but we're going to be looking at it from a district perspective here in December and through early spring of 2021. And to that point, in addition to what the colleges have achieving, as you've heard today, Laney College is an applicant for the current Middle College Initiative. And we hope to be successful in that application. And I would like to thank Vice Chancellor Brown for moving that application forward. And we've also applied to be a pilot location for the competency-based education program. So we'll hear more about that. So also within our coffers, our work doesn't stop there. With enrollment management, we're also looking at ways to collectively respond to State Chancellor Eloy Oakley's call to action, as you heard a little bit about already. But we're also starting our implicit bias professional development and looking to revise our EEO plan in line with the directives that came out in June regarding the call to action. So there's a lot happening there, and we're really excited about it. And then as Trustee Withrow mentioned earlier, all the colleges are working diligently on the ICERs, Independent Self-Evaluation Reports for ACC-JC. They're in progress. They're going through final completion right now, and we'll be bringing them back to the board for final read on December the 8th. And I want to mention too that we have more time to submit evidence after the ICERs are submitted. It's a snapshot in time, so we can continue to submit evidence as we move forward or as requested by the commission or our visiting teams. And so we're looking forward to hearing from the commission, of course, holding a positive outcome in our minds. And finally, I just want to mention that the Board of Trustees is thinking about, or we're working together collaboratively to structure some subcommittees of the board, such as a finance and audit subcommittee, and perhaps an enrollment management or COVID-19 committee. We're just in the planning phases of this, but I wanted to bring this out so people could think about it and maybe provide any kind of thought process that you would find beneficial here. And so I will be working with our trustees to see about getting these constructed. So that's just an overview of the many things that are going on within the district, but I'm very excited, and I think this is all going to be really the positive outcomes for the district as we move forward. So that concludes my report, Trustee Bonilla, President Bonilla. And with that, unless there are questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. If the trustees have any questions, now is a good time to raise them. And if there are no clarifying questions, Chancellor, we can go ahead and move on to the presentation.
Okay, it looks like Trustee
Reese.
Yeah.
Okay. Comment. Thank you, Chancellor, for really owning enrollment. That's an area that we really needed to look at closely. Thank you for owning that and ensuring that we are going to be much more proactive in terms of all that we need to do to create changes and to implement changes. And thank you for looking at strategic management. And also thank you for working with the board to actually get these committees together. I know that we've been talking about this for a long period of time and it hadn't gotten any kind of traction with previous chancellors. It's so incredibly important that we're on the same page. So just a kudos for making all of these a priority.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Trustee Reese. And if there are no other questions, Chancellor, we'll move into presentations.
Okay, thank you. So
you're on mute, Chancellor.
Thank you. Our next presentation then will be from our Director of Information Technology, Antoine Mahillier.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, members of the board and the public. Mark, you can move to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, today I'll be covering the purpose of modernization and upgrade. Also, I'll be covering the technology master plan that CBT is working on collaboration with the district, and updating the board on work that IT department is doing currently with the capital projects and other projects. Thank you. Next slide. So to organize ourselves for this project, the Peoples of Modernization, we created a project charter, and which the chancellor is the executive sponsor. Under that, you have the executive advisory, which is basically the chancellor cabinet. And we also created a steering committee, which I'm chairing. Next slide, please. And this committee, it's finance, it's human resources, finance, and campus solution, and district IT technology systems. Next slide, please. We also created a participatory governance committee, which is chaired by Chief Roberts. We have the training and communication group, and we have a student focus group. We have hired 11 students right now currently working with us with this program. And we're also working hand by hand with the District Technology Committee and the District Academic Senate. Next slide, please. So recently we have a new go live date, February 15th. So this date is intended to have least impact to faculty and students. So how do we get here? So basically November 30th was the initial goes live dates, but after assessment and looking at all the work that needed to be done, there was some challenges to meet that deadline. Then January 25th was chosen, but we also have a lot of pushback because it was the first day of school, and the PFT and other groups, faculty groups, did have a lot of concerns. So we listened to their concern, and we brought in the item to the cabinet, to the advisory groups. And after extensive discussion, just emphasizing that we want to have a go live date that have least impact to faculty and students, then we end up with this date, February 15, which is after census. So, and also with this new date, we don't need to work during the Christmas holiday. That was the initial plan, and a lot of people have concern around that. So there is no more need to work during the Christmas holiday. Next slide, please. So for the go live date, February 15 to be successful, Peralta needs to complete all the required tasks and testing. So at this point, the current work being done, 73% of the project have been completed by Oracle. That's Oracle side. Overall, 100% of finance have been completed, and human and resources and campus solutions, 60% of the work have been completed. And we have some important date for Peralta. That's why we're organizing ourselves and trying to put our plan together. So we will be ready for December 7th to December 23rd, and January 4th to February 10th. Those are our testing. The first testing dates are for the functional analyst, the back office, and the second iteration of testing will be engaging faculty, students, and all the constituency. Next slide, please. So this is just to update, like the board approved on May 29th, phase 1, phase 2, and the 5-year cloud subscription with Oracle. And we also identify required to purchase the license support every year for around $312,000. And we also identify some items when we did some assessment to make sure that all these, all the ACC, all the FitMark recommendation are addressed. So we currently have a phase 3, a potential phase 3 scope that we are evaluating right now. And this will be addressed by the next CTO who's coming to IT soon, pretty soon. We are currently assessing the phase 1 and phase 2, what was left outside the project. These are items that was not a part of the initial contract. Next slide, please. And these are the tasks that we use we went to with the team and to make sure that we reassess the proposal, the plan, and the timeline. We also documented all the required testing, cutover plan, and making sure that everybody do all the recordation needed to be done, and thoroughly evaluated the retrofit and plan to test them and make sure it works properly, and propose a working time go live that will work for everybody. Next slide, please. These are a milestone that we're tracking the project to with Oracle and also with Peralta. And concerning Peralta, the most crucial date are the testing date, December 7 to December 23rd, and January 4th to February 10. And those are very crucial dates because we have to make sure that we are documenting all our testing and the cutover plan. We were ready to make sure that the go live will be successful on February 15. Next slide, please. For the technology master plan, right now we are at session 4. The CBT is drafting the plan at this point. Our goal is to bring it to the board on December 8th for the first read. And we did a lot of listening for focus group and asking we have a lot of participation. We also did survey, and we also engaged the student focus group to get data for the plan. So next slide, please. These are items that the team are working on right now. The application team and the network team, they completed 80 application, completed 81 project and have 26 to go. And the network team completed 45 project and have 21 to go. And basically the help desk for the month of October have closed 662 tickets and have 271 to go. We are currently pushing all these items and trying to complete most of the item before the go live. Next slide, please. For the capital projects, we are heavily involved on that. Most of this building needs technology, and IT is hands-on with DGS. We are providing the technical expertise and making sure that the standards are followed by the vendors and anybody who's engaged in this project. AECOM is working hand by hand with us. We are participating with all the meetings and decision making. Next slide, please. And I think that's all I have for tonight. Thank you. Thank you, Chancellor.
Thank you. President Bonilla, back to you.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I do have Trustee Handy in the queue. Trustee Handy?
Yes, I just heard you say that we would be doing $350K for licensing annually. Is that correct?
That's correct. We will be, that fee is an annual fee that is not included in the Oracle upgrade contract that was.
Okay, so I need to go back to Antoine.
Okay.
Actually, I think that the board needs to have the presentation from Oracle, that May 29th presentation pulled, because when we were arguing about the price, we were given why it was a cost saver to give them just short of $7 million. And they said consistently that we would not be paying these licensing fees. And then Antoine, you came to us, I guess, maybe a couple of months ago with the licensing fee on the board. And I asked that question then, and you said that that particular fee was not included in the contract. Well, this is now something completely different. So what we were told and what we made that decision about, and what I've been very, very adamant with asking about who was negotiating the contract, finalizing the contract with Oracle, because we were already overspending because we didn't have a technology person negotiating it. We had general counsel, but that's not the same thing as having a technology person develop it's like a contract based on our needs. So it looks like once the board voted on the contract, we are now getting something different. And Chancellor Walters, you were not here, but it was a very contentious board meeting to the point that the board did not vote for the contract, and an emergency meeting had to be held on the 29th, about 4 days later. So I don't know what my fellow colleagues' recollection was, but it looks like Oracle is talking out of both sides of his mouth. And I think we need to make sure that we are sticking to that this contract is what we agreed to. Because I have some serious problems with this pricing.
Trustee Handy, you are absolutely correct. I raised and echo some of those same concerns based on that special called meeting, the presentation at the regular meeting, as well as the special called meeting. And we do understand that at that special called meeting, we had a former general counsel who told us that they had negotiated the price, terms, and conditions of this contract and that we would not pay a penny more than what was listed before us. So I am in complete agreement with you, and so we definitely need clarity, but I do have Trustee Brown in the queue, so I'd like to open the floor to Trustee Brown.
Thank you. Actually, I was going to echo what you said, President Bonilla. Can we compare the board item from May 26, 2020 to what we're looking at now and what we had contemplated back in 2018? I think we need to be able to follow the ball so that we can be sure that we're going to be able to finally get the services that our students need. They need to be able to use the phone, a smartphone, for getting into the system, checking grades, getting information from and communicating with their instructors. And we can't do that right now. So I'd like to ask if we can get a comparison, what we had asked for before this last round of the IT master plan that CBT is working on, was that each time we had a new contract, we were able to see where it fit within the master plan. But now we've got a whole new master plan and still more contracts. And so the thread is broken, and we need to have some continuity so we know what we're doing.
Chancellor?
Yes, I agree. I guess what I will say is there were several items that were not included in the contract in May, and several rounds of conversation that some of us were not included in to leave certain things out. So I wanted to have this presentation for the benefit of the board and the community, and we will be happy to provide a comparison. And that would be the aim. I have worked with and been on calls myself with Oracle in terms of this $315,000 annual, and they insist that that was not included in the original contract. And when we look at that contract, we don't see that fee in there, but we do see it saying that it is not included. So we'll definitely go forward with the analysis that you're talking about and bring that back.
Thank you. It looks like I have Trustee Handy. Are you back in the queue?
Yes, I actually had some questions other than that. I think that it's very important to, let's put it this way. We had an Oracle contract prior to this contract that when I brought it up, they were choosing to ignore that. And we didn't get the deliverables on that contract. And when they came to speak to us, they didn't even know that they had a poor performance on a previous contract. The challenge is this: the people who are coming here to speak are salesmen. They are selling the package. They're not the people who implement the program. They will do what they need to do to seal the deal. And then once that contract is done, you're going to see a revolving door of consultants coming through here. And we ask for continuity. We ask for the same people to be on the contract because we know how this particular thing works and why it's a bottomless pit of money technology is. And we all here want to protect Peralta and our funding and get what we've asked for. So we did ask those questions. And if their salesperson said that was in the contract, that's what we voted on, then I think we have some challenges. And this is the part that I've really been concerned about in terms of who negotiated this, the finalization of this contract after the departure of the other people. The reason I ask is because I've been here for 18 years and I know how it always looks and I know how it ends up. And we don't want to continue that. Now, the other question that I have for you, Antoine, I'm sorry, I have a difficult time pronouncing your last name. But the question I have of you is, what I would really like to see, I mean, the report and all, that's fine, but what I really want to see is apples to apples. What Oracle promised during that timeline, with a given timeline that we voted on, and where we are now with that. Is Oracle where they said they would be at this time? I asked some people at Merritt College. They were very pleased with how things were moving forward on the systems that they worked with, but not having there was a timeline, I think within 6 months, that we were going to be starting on the student module. Well, we're way past that, but that cost students every time, especially in the time of virtual. If they can't register with us, then they're going to register with somebody else from their phone. So what I really would like to see, and I'm hoping my colleagues as well, is a timeline with oranges to oranges, what they said, the time frame, and where we are with that right now. That's what my interest is. Are we getting what we're asking for? Are we moving the way we should be moving? And that's with the financial systems, the HR systems that were going to happen first. Then they said those had to happen before the student module, because we were wanting it to be the student module be first, but they said those other two systems had to go in too. So that's, and it doesn't have to be a long report, just where are we compared to what Oracle promised? Are we moving along? Thank you.
So Antoine,
thank you, Trustee Handy. Chancellor, you'll go ahead and take that. Yes.
Yes, I just want to say that some of the delay, I mean, we're definitely agree that we want to bring back the information for you and the board. But a lot of the delay, I'll just say, has to do with, Peralta employees and the tremendous amount of attention that has to be spent on the IT systems So really the delay from the November to the January to the February is incumbent upon us. And that's one of the things we want to emphasize, is that we have to have our internal employees cooperate with the testing and doing the other technical aspects of the switch to Oracle in the cloud. And if that's not possible, then there will be more delays. Now, that's not to say that Oracle doesn't have anything to do with it, but the majority of it has to do with us. So Antoine, back to you with any update, on any addition. You're on.
Thank you. Thank you. I heard the concern relating to the $315,000. I will provide a detailed report and to show that that was not part of the contract. There was other saving that was there. That was Oracle was supporting our 9.0 system, and our 9.0 system have been outdated, and they right now providing that support free of charge to the district because we're moving to 9.2. So we'll provide that in writing, and I think that will show what I'd like to about the contract. For the date, the chancellor said it right. We have a lot of challenges in-house, and we have to organize ourselves quickly, and we have to act on the task that needs to be completed. And we have been pushing the date because it's impacting somebody. Right now, even the February 15 is impacting a lot payroll because they have to do 1099, W-2s, and all those items needs to come out, needs to be processed quickly before February 15. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Trustee Weinstein. Can you unmute?
Thank you. I just wanted to check, as I often do, but can you tell us when, number one, the blue phones will be completed? I think this is the second part of the project, but I will say that the blue phones and some of the other things, when I came aboard, there were problems with the blue phones or with any of the security things, the phones. And so I would like to get a sense from you, when is that going to be completed? Because it just seems to drag on and on and on, and that's security for students.
Yes, those two items belong to DGS and not IT. But IT is actively working on that, and we just finished the project proposal today. We were meeting today with DGS to help them get that up and running. But I think Arteria, it would be best to update you on those two projects.
Yeah. DGS will be better?
Yes, DGS. It's an item of DGS, not IT.
Okay. All right. Well, when would DGS be able to speak?
Chancellor?
Let's see. Theria Smith, are you able to speak to this now, or would you like to bring back a report next time?
Can't hear you.
Thank you. I will bring back a report, but also in the next presentation in the Clery Act, I had a side comment that I wanted to provide the trustees about the blue phones and where we were. So I was going to include just a side comment, but I'll be happy to bring back a more completed report.
Great, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Does that conclude your report? I'm sorry, the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Chancellor?
All right. Well, with that, we will move on to our next item, which is our general obligation bonds update. We'll have Keith Kajaya, the bond program manager, and Dave Olson, the bond municipal advisor. They're going to walk us through where we are.
I'm sorry. Chancellor, can I interrupt you for just 1 second? I'm sorry. I have Trustee Brown in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I just wanted to thank the staff that's in IT that's been working on these projects, because it is extremely complicated, difficult, and it keeps changing. And I also wanted to express my thanks for DGS pursuing the Blue Phones, because this project has, they both keep changing so frequently, and we keep struggling with these things. And I know it must be just really frustrating to have so many leadership changes, so many contracts to review, and so many restarts, that I really just want to make sure that their morale is not damaged by this, and the serious concern, because these are extremely important to student success and to the institution overall. So I just want to make sure that you guys are not feeling unappreciated, but dealing with such important and complicated items.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Trustee
like
Brown.
Yes.
Chancellor?
That sounds like a yes.
Yes, that is a yes. It's also a, oh my goodness, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we'll move on. We're looking at our general obligation bonds update, and I'm going to turn it over to have our presenters talk about Measure A and Measure G, and what's been expended and what we're looking at. So let's see, is that going to be Dave Olson or?
We're a tag team, Chancellor.
Oh, all right, well, tag away then.
Although before I begin, I'd like to see if, with your approval, Chancellor and President Bonilla, if it'd be possible to play the video for the new Center for Liberal Arts. I understand that Mark has figured out his technology. I think it's a nice way for me to actually begin my presentation related to the bond program.
You bet. Because
fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a nice opening. Yes, please do.
Okay, Mark, don't let me down.
Oops. Okay.
Still no sound. Mark, there's no sound. Mark?
Still no sound, Mark.
Maybe he can't hear us.
I don't think he can hear us. He might be listening to the audio.
Right, right. Let me just
He
try to.
can't. Let me.
Okay.
Maybe he has his headsets in, so he's listening.
He can't hear us. I had to send him a chat message, inbox him. No sound.
I thought you fixed it, Mark.
Yeah, I'm ticking the box that says share computer sound.
It will have a great impact upon our students.
Can you go back to the
our
beginning, Mark?
faculty and our community.
Share computer sound.
It will
This is a terrific example.
Okay, it's happening.
Every capital project has a story, and the new NCLA building is not without a story.
I'm really excited about this new addition to the College of Alameda. It will have a great impact upon our students and our faculty and our community.
This is a terrific example of how we can use our bond dollars to increase visibility for our campus within the community.
There were a lot of hurdles. The site hadn't been worked on in 30 or so years, so nobody knew it was underground, nobody knew what we'd be dealing with. But
we quickly realized that we can either build two good buildings that wouldn't exactly address all the needs of the campus. So we decided to build one great building, and that's what you see, the NCLA building.
The Peralta colleges are an economic engine for our communities. When you have a building like this, you're employing just an awful lot of people.
So the new Center for Liberal Arts, as far as an investment or reinvestment back into the community, is really critically important. I think in this period of COVID-19, we're seeing a large focus back on trades. And this building represents kind of an iconic move towards that shift with the art program, the fashion merchandising design program that's going to be here. It's really a launching point also for other projects that are similar to it, where we're really going to be focusing on career tech programs.
Our apparel design and merchandising program at College of Alameda is one of the premier apparel design programs in the region. And we intended it to be similar to many of the fashion institutes in the country and around the world.
Our programs are exceptional and well beyond being cost effective.
I'm excited though, because our students really need these wonderful state-of-the-art facilities to learn and to grow within.
We'd like to continue as we move from Measure A into Measure G, so that our local professional community and building community can participate in the work that we're doing here.
It worked, it worked.
Yay.
Yay, very good.
Huzzah. A big sigh of relief, actually, that worked.
For sure. Keith, were you going to do PowerPoint, or do you want me to share the PDF?
No, I'll share my PowerPoint.
Okay.
So everyone hopefully can see that.
Yes.
So good evening, trustees, Chancellor Walter, Cabinet, members of the Peralta community. I'm Keith Kajia, the program manager for the bond program from ACOM. I now have a new partner with Dave Olson, who is your financial advisor from Baxter McCarley Berry & Company. So this evening, we'd like to present to you kind of an overview of the bonds that were recently sold, kind of the last series of bonds for Measure A and the first series of bonds for Measure G. I'm going to turn it over to Dave to kind of step you through a little bit of history related to those two bonds. And then I'll speak about how we're planning to use those initial pieces of funding to advance some of the projects, kind of similar to what you just saw with the new Center for Liberal Arts project. Dave, I'm going to turn it over to you and go to the next slide.
Okay, great. And before I hit on the slides, I wanted to kind of describe a basic concept that I'm going to be using to judge when I'm describing the bond program and when I'm communicating the bond program and when I'm judging the program's success. So what we've done is to develop a plan to improve the facilities in Peralta, and we've asked the voters to support that plan, and they've said yes. And so we're on. And if we succeed in this plan and we communicate our success well, what I would expect is that voters will be increasingly likely to support us in the future. And so that's what the process is all about to me. We want to build a legacy of trust in the community. We're going to be spending $800 million, maybe $1 billion over the next 6, 8, 10 years. If we count state funds, we want to have people feel like they got their money's worth. And we want them to feel like we've been good to our word. And so that's the basic concept from my perspective. And as Keith said, at the moment, and as Dr. Sada said on that video, which I thought was a great introduction of what we're doing here, at the moment, we're between two bond measures, 2006 Measure A and 2018 Measure G, finishing one up and moving on to the next. This first slide has the ballot language, which was the last thing in front of voters before they pulled the lever yes or no. 74.7% pulled yes. That's the basic deal. So they agreed to authorize us to sell $390 million worth in bonds and to pay for those bonds once they were issued. And we agreed right in the middle of that statement to repair, renovate, construct, acquire, and equip classrooms, educational buildings, and colleges' campuses. So that's the basic deal of Measure A. Slide on to the next slide. Next slide shows the same thing for Measure G, the basic ballot language. And I want to point out two things here. One is that we're much more specific in some of the financial accountability. You'll see that we've got a total, not only the amount that we're authorized to sell, $800 million, but the total cost of repayment, $44.2 million per year on average over 40 years, and never costing the taxpayers more than $24.50 per $100,000 of assessed value. So just kind of a clarification on that 40-year number. We're going to be the financing plan that we used when we were putting this before voters, assumed that the bonds would be sold over 10 years. Each bond would have a maximum maturity of 30 years. That's where the 40 years come from. So in the 40, in that 75-word statement, we tell voters how much, what we're asking for, what we're going to do, and how much it's going to cost. Next slide, Keith. In addition to that 75-word ballot language, we also describe some of the commitments we're making, some of the targets we're setting, and I like to use the word target rather than promises, in a couple of different places. One is the full text of the measure, including the bond project list. That's about an 8-page statement that was included in the voter information packet, went into a lot more detail on the projects we were doing. In that full text of the measure, we also reference this district-wide facilities and technologies master plan that was approved in March of 2018. And so all of those are authorized projects and are basically what we've told the voters we're going to do. I make a note at the bottom that we're going to retain our flexibility to prioritize projects and move things up and down the list. We're going to be able to fund emerging projects if necessary, but the basic list of what we're going to do, we've provided to the voters. And it's going to be important as we communicate things throughout and build that legacy of trust that we let people know that we're accomplishing what we intended to accomplish. Next slide. So with that authority, we've sold a number of series of bonds, 3 series of bonds, $115 million to start new projects, sold those bonds in May. $65 million, that exhausted the 2016 Measure A. So we have $65 million in the bank to do Measure A projects. $50 million to take our first step of the Measure G program. Still have $750 million of bonds to be spent. Keith will go through the kind of the basic cash flow of the issue, but as I'm thinking of it big picture wise, we're talking about a program that's going to be spending about $80 million to $100 million worth of bonds per year through Measure G and probably on beyond that. So some of the presentations as we're moving forward, we're going to talk about our facilities are going to need some attention as we go through time. That's one of the reasons why we want to succeed when we're doing this Measure G. Around that same time, a month later, we also sold a series of refunding bonds, $19.5 million worth of bonds, saved taxpayers $5.1 million over time, kind of consistent with that basic concept that I talked about right off the bat. We want to be good stewards of the public money. So when there are opportunities to issue refunding bonds, like refinancing your home at lower interest rates than the rates we achieved. We want to do that. We are generally going to try to do that at or around the same time that we're issuing new money bonds. So we've got the first $115 million in the bank of this program, and that's my role. We want to size the issues appropriately. We want to structure repayments so that we're being fair to current and future taxpayers, so that we're keeping our tax rate commitments. Once the money is in the bank, then we turn it over to Lee and Etheria and Andrea and Keith, and that's exactly what I'm going to do at this point in the presentation.
Okay, thanks, Dave. And then let me just, for the trustees and the audience, kind of set the framework for what I'm going to describe here. If you may recall, I last presented to the board back in July when I discussed the bond spending plan, which was the 7-year plan for roughly $1 billion of projects moving forward on how we would execute those projects. That's still the overall plan. We're still tracking to that. What I'm doing in today's presentation is giving you this little window of time basically related to how we're spending this current $115 million. And this is something we look forward to as we continue to issue bonds, as we continue to receive other monies from the state and other funding sources. We'll continue to report the status of those things as we move forward that 7-year plan. So here you can see the allocation of $115 million on the budgeted side, as well as what has been spent to date. Really, it's through September 30th, 2020. These are numbers that we've reconciled with district finance as well. So we're constantly meeting with them to coordinate our information. This is kind of an overview of all the projects by campus and district-wide of how we're spending or planning to spend and what we have spent through September. I'm going to step actually through each individual campus to give you some highlights. First off, for the College of Alameda, the wonderful building that you saw there, the new Center for Liberal Arts, nearing completion. We were substantially complete in July. We're trying to finalize the building now so we can actually open the building. $15 million, you can see 15.8 million was budgeted and 10.2 roughly has been expended from this current tranche of Measure A, the 65 million. You can go down the line there and see a number of the other projects, how we've allocated them. But you can see of the Measure G, $50 million that we've issued, about 10 million of that is being allocated to Measure G projects and advancing them forward in the bond program. Some of those projects involve the new auto diesel technologies building, starting a new STEM building for the campus, and work on the aviation complex, which also has some EDA funding. This is a rendering here of the new auto and diesel technologies building. This project is moving forward on track. It's actually a state-funded project as well, so it has some critical milestones that we need to make sure we're on track with. I have a slide at the end of the deck that'll kind of give you a snapshot of where each project is related to its particular phase. For Berkeley City College, really the most notable spend here is for the new building on the corner of Milvia and Center Streets. It's the new 6-story building. We're actually right in the middle of our design build procurement right now. We've just started it. In fact, we just received a request for qualifications documents on Friday. So we're right in the midst of a procurement for that. Concurrent to that, we're advancing the CEQA process for the environmental impact report, or basically the CEQA compliance, whatever that winds up being for that site. So that project is moving forward. We're also addressing some ongoing needs at the campus, at the Center Street campus, with some of the modernizations and infrastructure lines. This is an allocation of the same funding for Laney. You can see here again, of the 50 million, 8.2 was allocated for Laney. For Measure G of the 50 million, of the 65 million, 32.8 million was allocated to Laney. Laney, much of the activity revolves around projects that are state funded or those that are near or around the footprint of the new Learning Resource Center, which you see a small rendering here for. Some of the other projects that will be funded from this allocation are the new central utility plant upgrade. It's an upgrade to the internals, if you will, of the central utility plant, relocation of the cooling towers, which are in the footprint of the Learning Resource Center. It's a theater modernization, so it's a kind of expansion of the front of the theater there. You can see it in the rendering here. That's also a state-funded project, and locker room modernization, which is underneath this quad as well. So all these projects are tied together. Moving over to Merritt College, you can see a similar breakdown where Measure G has been allocated about to the tune of about 9.7 of the $50 million to advance some of these projects, and a smaller proportion of Measure A. The Child Development Center is one of the major projects moving forward right now. It's currently at DSA in design approval right now. Some of the other projects on the campus that will be funded from this allocation are the new horticulture building, which is also a state-funded project, and getting started with design, at least for the Science and Allied Health, the Barbara Lee building, tenant improvements, the finish out of some of the spaces in that building. Now, you may recall from the bond spending plan that we also had district-wide expenses that impact multiple campuses or the administrative center for the district. You can see a similar allocation here of Measure G and A funding as well. I think there was some discussion about the blue phone installations for phase 2. You can see that's a budgeted item here that's carried at the district-wide line because it crosses multiple campuses. So it's something that we manage centrally. But you see a number of different expenses that have been budgeted from Measure A related to security, fire panel upgrades, and so on. So that's how we're allocating this initial $115 million to move those projects forward. But again, the bond spending plan represented a 7-year kind of forecast of how we're going to deliver the projects. This is actually a cash flow of all the different funding sources that we anticipate receiving. We're allocating the remaining Measure A funds, the Measure G, $800 million. You can also see a line that represents the state funding that will be infused into the program. Again, the state program is a claims process, so once we actually get the projects moving in line with the state requirements, the state will actually reimburse the district for those projects, and it infuses cash back into the program. So it's something that, as a program manager, it's my responsibility to continue to make sure that we're forecasting the need for cash, and something that I work very closely with Dave to make sure we're anticipating the cash flow needs for the district's projects, so that we can right size the and time, frankly, the future bond issuances for Measure G. Having said that, there's multiple things that are constantly evolving the program. Certainly over time, district priorities change, your educational master plan updates. There was a comprehensive space utilization analysis done to evaluate current facilities and how you're using those spaces. These are all things that we take into consideration as we're planning the new projects. We do anticipate needing to do a facilities master plan update. You may recall the last plan update was done in 2017. I think one thing that this whole COVID environment has shown is that there's a need for constant evolution and change and adapting to the current environment. Certainly related to COVID as well, we're seeing kind of some shifts in construction market costs. On the positive side, we're seeing a bit of a flattening related to construction costs, which means there'll be more bricks and mortar being able to put in for bond dollars. So that's a positive thing. And we're constantly searching out for other funding sources, whether it's from the state, CARES money, other federal grants. It's something that we're constantly looking out for, so we can infuse additional money so that we can leverage, again, those local bond dollars with outside funds. Speaking of leveraging outside funds, the current projects that are moving forward are listed here. I kind of referred to them in the previous slides, but this is kind of a snapshot of where each one is related to status. What I've done here is I'm showing you kind of what the status was the last time I reported to the board back in July. And since that time, the little green bar represents the progress that has been made. The great thing here is that those projects are still on track moving forward. They represent about $75 million in state matching funds. So again, that's leveraging our local bond funds with state money. One of the things that happened since our last report was that little notation here at the bottom for the College of Alameda Aviation Phase 2. It was actually moved up in the queue, and we were receiving funding in this current fiscal year. That's also a great thing for us to be able to continue to move the projects forward. as we continue to secure more and more state money as it becomes available. These are basically some of the mandates, basically, I think from the very first time I presented to the board that I spoke to. We want to be the most well-managed and well-communicated program. I talked about being very transparent related to our reporting and how we're doing, having very defined objectives, setting KPIs, key performance indicators, so that we can really drive accountability throughout the program, not only to me as your program manager, but to all the management teams, to all the consultants that we hire, to the contractors that we hire. It's something that's critically important. Our program management information system is up and operational now. We're in the process of working on what we call dashboard reporting to report progress and performance. We expect that the next time we report to the board, we'll actually have some of those documents online and running. And so we look forward to continuing that kind of theme of transparent reporting so that you're always aware of where we are related to progress and schedule, certainly as it relates to the bond spending plan, which was really the target. It's intended to be the 7-year targeted plan of how we're doing. Communications are really critically important, right? So there's constant meetings that are ongoing that we're presenting to. In fact, Dave and I meet with finance through the facilities and finance subcommittee meetings. We meet every other week, frankly, to coordinate our data, to start to synchronize timing on future bond issues, make sure that we're transparent related to how we're doing on the projects. Obviously, I make these board presentations. I present to each and every Citizens Bond Oversight Committee meeting. I just presented to them at their last meeting. We've been making a real with the new year starting, a real focused effort related to meeting with the college facilities committees, making presentations at each of those to make sure that as we're talking about their evolving needs, that we're adjusting anything in the bond spending plan that needs to be adjusted. And of course, doing the district-wide facilities committee as well. And not to forget the bond website and the business outreach workshops. I'm really proud about some of the things we've been doing on the business outreach side. We've stood up what we call Peralta Academy. It's a workshop of 9 courses, a curriculum of 9 courses that are focused on small businesses to actually equalize the bidding pool, to provide them some necessary information and training so that they are more competitive when they actually go after our projects. We're still doing a number of procurements. We're actually going to be doing set-asides for small businesses as well. And then, of course, we're coordinating directly with finance through DGS to make sure that all of our written reports are coordinated. And again, at our next meeting, we expect to be publishing formal written reports on a regular basis. Anything to add, Dave?
I know we want to move to, I know we want to move to questions, but I do want to emphasize, you're right, at the very end, you were talking about the evolution of the program. When you're running a 7-year program, costs are going to change, priorities are going to change, and how you square the circle with what I was talking about at the beginning of being good to our word is making sure that everything is clearly communicated as it evolves over time.
Yep. And with that, that's my presentation. I can stop sharing unless I need to share a slide. Any questions?
So I can just go ahead and just say one big thank you for this presentation. I will pause there. Yeah, I'm getting the thumbs up from a few trustees, and because I always have more to say, but I'm going to stop. I'll hold my excitement back and I'll open it up for other trustees. Trustee Weinstein.
Okay. I just want to say thank you too, as well. It's just really terrific to see how clear, how transparent, how and really very different from when I first came aboard. This is so it's really terrific what you've done, and I'm so happy to see where money is going to. I'm so happy to see how you're working with all sorts of different groups and that you put communication and transparency as particularly high in your list of responsibilities. And so I just want to thank you for doing that. It makes me feel confident.
Thank you for that. I know that as other trustees are kind of queuing themselves up, I also want to just give a special shout out and thank you to our administration, our DGS staff. Altheria Smith has been leading the charge and just kind of, I mean, none of this works if we don't have administrators highly capable and committed to doing this work. So thank you, a special thank you to Altheria Smith and your team for making Keith and Dave Olson's work shine tonight. Because we know that at the end of the day, it's your team and the efforts that you do to make all of this possible at the end of the day. And so just thank you. Thank you, Altheria, and your entire team. Go DGS. I also have, let's see, it looks like I have Trustee Reese in the queue.
Thank you for that presentation. Keith, Dave, can you just quickly explain again the difference between, I know that you mentioned it, between the July spending plan and this particular update, because the July spending plan had $800 million and now we are at the 115. So just a quick difference as to this plan as it relates to what we originally looked at in July.
Right, you're right. The bond spending plan is the 7-year plan for the 800 million. Really, it's $1 billion when we look at potential state matching funds and other funding sources. What you saw tonight was a snapshot, a window of time, basically, for the 115 million that we've actually issued, how we're planning to spend that. It's a subset of the bond spending plan. It's this initial window looking forward of the next 18 months or so, frankly, of how we're going to be spending that money.
Great. And I would assume then as you continue with the construction and with the plans, when we need more money, you'll give us another kind of 12, 18 months to let us know when we're approaching that particular period of time.
Right. That's something that through these pretty much meetings that happen every other week, Dave and I in finance, we're constantly meeting to make sure that we're aligned related to kind of what our burn rate is, what are we anticipating for new contracts that are starting, what's the timing of those, right? Some of these future reports that you'll be seeing will start to show kind of those in a little bit more detail so you can actually see them against the schedule and a percent complete, right? We've always talked about making sure that I showed you KPIs and again, going back to that accountability metric to make sure that you had a real sense of where the projects were in relation to the original plan that we've established, right? And for me, the plan was the bond spending plan. That's why it was important that that not only showed how that money was being allocated to projects, but also the timelines that were assumed at that point in time, right, for those same projects.
Great.
So future reports will see more of an alignment.
Sorry, Dave, go ahead.
And one of the things that I wanted to emphasize is that it's important to have the coordination between the finance and the facilities part of the program, because we do have limits in terms of what our tax rate capacity is and what the structures are going to be prudent in terms of how much debt is shared with current taxpayers versus future taxpayers. So the pace of the program has some limitations, and we need to make sure that we're coordinating so issues don't get too big today and constrain future issues.
Thank you, Dave. You actually took my last comment directly out of my mouth in terms of it makes me feel very good that Keith, you were working directly with Dave Olson and the finance experts so that we are doing this as we should. And then my very last comment, and then I'll be off the mic, is we also, Julina and I had looked at the Citizens Oversight Committee, and it is so fantastic that everything that we're seeing at the board level is also being shared and documented at the COC, because as Karen had said, it is what we should have always been doing, but we hadn't, but I'm glad that we are doing it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Trustee Gonzalez?
Thank you. I want to echo the praise around clarity of the presentation. One of the things that that we understand is that a plan is it's a projection of what we're trying to get done. It's not necessarily going to be completely on. In fact, it's never going to be completely on. You're going to run into a pipe underground that you didn't know about, or, you know, cost escalations, et cetera. And so I think we understand that. In what you presented today, in your knowledge of what you've got right now, can you tell us, are there any significant areas where, in fact, we already know we're off track? We already know this thing is going to cost us more than we originally projected, or we're going to run into some time challenges on either the major projects or the minor projects? Are there, and when we get, you know, our next update, will it reflect like, all right, here's what we originally said we were going to do, and here's where we are? You know, we were imperfect in our prediction. Right. Is there somewhere where we know right now that you can give us a heads up that's not going to land smoothly?
Sure. Before anyone answers, can I, because I want to, that's a question I had, Nikki, and I want to clarify exactly what you're asking, because I think it's an important piece. And Keith, you referenced it when you started talking about the key project indicators. And so as a follow-up to Nikki's question, because I think it ties in nicely, you mentioned this program management system, and the program management system, will it do exactly what Trustee Gonzalez said? Will it give us project, allocated funds, what the spend down is, what the timeline is, and are any of those indicators flagging us for we're off schedule, we're off target, or we're hitting an issue, we're hitting a challenge, so that we can either course correct or better understand the timeline and development of a particular project? So I'm sorry, Nikki, I didn't want to hijack that, but you were just on that.
That's a good clarification. And just to put it into context, like with the IT report that we got, you know, Trustee Handy flagged something that I think some of us missed. Like, hey, wait a second. What about this cost here? That wasn't in our original. And the truth is that you all specialize in particular areas. We are overseeing stuff and we're not in the weeds. This isn't our bread and butter every day. And so when we come back to it, if you present us with something like, here's where we are, we wouldn't necessarily remember the flow of it. And having that as our, as part of our knowledge base and history is helpful from a policy perspective, because where we're off and then we blow it, sometimes we don't go back and correct and go, you know what, we made a mistake back here. Why did we make that mistake? Can we learn from that mistake? Not to blame anybody, but really so that we can be better at doing the oversight and the governance and the policies work. So we'll go back to the original question. How are we doing on those original projections?
Well, I think the one chart I showed with the projects that are state funded, right, where we're leveraging the state funding, those projects are pretty much all on track. They're on schedule, right? The caveat for those projects was always once they go to the division of the state architect, I don't want to say it goes into a black box, but it goes into a place that we don't have a lot of control over, right? We've tried to accommodate what we thought was going to be a realistic duration for that timeline. We're constantly talking to DSA as well. But if anything, if their reviews take longer than what we've assumed in our schedules, there'd be a risk for the projects starting later than, or bidding later than we thought they would bid, right? I think one of the areas of concern for me, just from the previous bond spending plan to today, is frankly the infrastructure spending lines, right? The college campuses are frankly in much worse shape than I personally thought they were in. Now that we're diving into the details, working with the DGS engineers, having our construction managers in the field actually look at the site specifically, the needs are actually greater than what the infrastructure lines currently have allocated in the bond spending plan, to just address the basic infrastructure of the campus, to make sure the heater works, or that the cooling works, or that the hot water's there, right? These basic things, there's so many things that are broken, and we're having to take a hard look at how can we address some of those things with that limited funding. We know that maintenance funding is also short, right, on the maintenance side. So this is something that self-perpetuates itself on the capital side in the infrastructure budget. But frankly, it means we're probably going to have to hit a pause at some point. And if you look at the bond spending plan, there are a number of, I want to call them safeguards built into the bond spending plan very purposefully, actually. In some of the campuses, and I'll be happy to show this maybe at a future presentation, there's a volume of work that happens, and there's kind of this little window of time that there's kind of a pause, right, in midstream. And that's purposeful. That's because we want to kind of assess how those initial projects, to your point, Trustee Gonzalez, that we need to make sure that are we on track, and are things going the way we thought they would? And moving forward, can we still do all those projects that we had planned initially? Or frankly, do we have to make some hard decisions about rescoping some of those projects, or some of the priorities might have changed by then, right? And we might have to adjust. Well, this infrastructure shortfall means we might have to do that sooner rather than later, because the need is so great, frankly, to put the basic infrastructure back at each college campus. We might have to look at those later projects that are in the bond spending plan that were frankly a lower priority related to our shared governance meetings, and maybe some of those projects might not be able to be done. The other caveat in the bond spending plan is that there is a statewide bond, right? There's a number of projects from the 5-year capital outlay plan that we're assuming that there'll be a new statewide bond to actually fund those projects, right? So that's also another caveat of the $1 billion plan right now.
Thank you. I've got a bunch
Thank you.
The hour is late, so I'm not going to ask them.
It is late. It is late. And thank you so much for the presentation. And again, thank you for the entire team that made this presentation and this work possible. So Chancellor, we can move on to our next presentation.
Thank you. We're going to be we're at item 3.3, review and consider the annual Measure B special parcel tax report. And that's being brought to us through Interim Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration, Adil Ahmed, and our partners from NBS, Tim Suford. So this is just an overview of what the parcel taxes are and how the reports are put together. And I believe we have Mr. Tim Suford here from NBS, who will walk us through a brief presentation and then questions. Oh, sorry, you're right. I'm sorry. I skipped one because I'm overly excited, I guess. Pardon me, Tim, we'll come right back to you. We're on item 3.2. And so that is the Clery Act presentation. I apologize. So that is with Acting Vice Chancellor Smith. And I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, President Bonilla, Chancellor Walter, and the Peralta community. I will give a quick overbrief of the Clery Act, but I'd also like to thank Sharon Millman and also Lieutenant Verbeck for their work on updating the 3 reports that are attached to the Clery Act. That is the Personal Safety Handbook. It's the Annual Security Report, and the Clery Act reports itself. The Clery Act reports are federally mandated annual reports that are submitted to the U.S. Department of Education as evidence of disclosure to the campus security statistics to ensure continued eligibility to participate in the Department of Education's financial aid programs. The Clery Act came about in 1986 when Jeannie Clery was brutally murdered in her dorm room. Her parents then was able to put together legislation where the finance Department of Education financial programs were dependent and also mandated safety reports from the colleges and universities to inform the Clery Act itself, to inform the public, employees, students, and the safety security issues on that campus. And those components of, I'm kind of giving a broad overview because it is late and I'd like to give Lieutenant Verbeck the opportunity to speak on the statistics that he's provided for the Clery Act. So again, I will give a broad overview of what we're reporting. Peralta's safety and security programs, the components of our safety security includes the safety committees on each campus, police services, ID badges, let's see, the security guard services, the safety aid program, again, the personal safety handbook, cameras, security, and of course the emergency blue phones. And I wanted to give you a brief update on what was going on with the emergency blue phones. We are, DGS is looking to come back to the board no later than January with the designer of the project itself. At that point, we are looking to be ready to start installation of phase 2 in the late spring of 2021, and the project will be completed. Our target date will be completed at the end of 2021. So you can say phase 2 will be complete in December of 2021. So at this point, I would like to turn it over to Lieutenant Verbeck so he can again provide the statistics that are listed in the Clery Act.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm not sure who has the report, but I'll need to put that on the board. Mark, I don't know if you have that.
Mark, if you can go to page 20, is Lieutenant Verbeck's statistics. And these are just general of what I just kind of reported out.
You're looking for the report, not the presentation?
Yeah, in the presentation on page 20. Or the statistics. There you go.
There we go.
There we go.
Excellent.
Great. Thank you.
All right. So as many of you know, the Clery report, we do this every year. So this is the 25th time that we've been doing this with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. So every campus has to report their what we call violent crimes, and those are the murders, rapes, and such. So as you can see at Berkeley City College, the numbers are very low over there. These numbers are actually from Berkeley PD, since we do not have staff at the Berkeley City College. So I get these numbers from Berkeley PD, and this is what they gave me. So relatively low. 2019, as you can see, we don't really have anything to report from Berkeley City College. The couple incidents that we did have in 2017, 2018, majority of those were in front of the complex. And if you remember, one of the rapes was actually on the weekend, and the suspect found a door that was unlocked to the campus, and he took the victim inside the campus. So none of those numbers that you see on there are actually related to students when it comes to those types of crimes. Those were basically like on the weekend or on the street in front. For the Clery Act, we have to report anything that's actually on the campus and anything that is on the sidewalk that surrounds the campus. So if anything happens on, 10th Street, Fallon Street, 5th Street in front of Laney, that has to go onto our campus report as well. Can we go on to the next campus? Good. Yeah. So this is just a couple of things that we put together that 2019, we didn't have any crimes on that campus, which is fantastic for the folks that work and attend school there. Go ahead into the next slide. This is Alameda, which is also relatively low in their numbers. As you can see in 2019, there again, we're pretty much at 0 on everything. A couple minor things in 2017 and 18. But go ahead and go to the next slide if you would. A couple arrests. Most of those arrests are people that do not attend our campus. They were either on our campus illegally in the evening, in their vehicles, those type of contacts. We did take a couple weapons off of people back in 2017. But again, nothing major on the Alameda campus. Next slide, please. Next slide. And next slide. All right, so we do have a couple burglaries that are still going on campus. A lot of these we find on Mondays when we return to work, things that happened over the weekends. As some of you know that live over in that area or drive by the school, there are some homeless encampments that are close to the school. And unfortunately, sometimes those bring some crime onto our campus. Go to the next slide, please. So Laney obviously is our most populated campus. It's downtown Oakland. So we do get a few things that the city has that come onto our campus. Again, a lot of these are not student, faculty, or staff related. They're folks that come onto our campus to take advantage of the environment. 2017, 2018, we had a few things. The burglaries are much higher. Those drastically dropped in 2019. 2019, we did have a rape that was in the estuary. That was reported to Oakland. They never really could determine if it was a rape or not. Unfortunately, it was a mentally challenged female who had actually made many claims of rape prior to this rape. So they were never able to determine if she was in fact raped or if this was a consensual thing and she just unfortunately didn't have the mental capacity to say no or what. They never were able to determine that to be 100% a rape. As you can see, the motor vehicle theft, 0 in 2019. We increased patrols out in the parking lots and did more stuff on the motorcycles, and we're around a lot more in the parking lots in 2019 to help prevent that problem. Next slide, please. A couple of the arrests we had, as you can see, the drug arrests were really high in 18 and 19. Again, these are not students. These are not faculty and staff. These are folks that are just coming onto our campus to either victimize people or these are folks that are entering our classrooms, entering our restrooms, entering our library, and trying to hide out and hang out. And then we contact them. Next slide. Next slide. And one more. So this is going to be Merritt College. We had 2 crimes reported in 2019. There again, as you can see across the board at all the colleges, 2019 was a low year. For the Cleary report, 2017, 18, and 19 were the 3 lowest years we have had in decades. A lot of that is due to the fact that we saw some need in certain areas, and we increased our patrol, we increased our visibility. Next slide, please. So you see at Merritt College, again, 2019 is pretty much 0. You'll see a domestic violence on there. That was a guy that followed his girlfriend to school. And then when she got out of school, he didn't want her at school. So he tried to throw her back in the car and take her back off the campus. We dealt with that situation. We did have 1 vehicle theft from the campus. But other than that, it was a relatively quiet year on the campus. Next slide, please. We did make a couple arrests. As you can see, 2018, there was a couple weapon arrests. Those were non-students that we located in the parking lot in the evening. Next slide, please. Next. And one more. So that's the Clery report, and that's basically what we call the violent crimes in the area. And to have such low numbers in these years are fantastic, especially when the surrounding areas are at the height of their crimes. The city of Oakland itself is at about a 5-year high right now with their crimes, and we're hanging in there on our campuses. There's still a safe environment for students, faculty, and staff. I don't know if we're ever going to be part of your guys' future again. It's been 25 great years, and for those that have supported us over the years, we do greatly appreciate it. For those that haven't, your opinions are your opinions, and we appreciate your opinion as well. But as far as the Clery report goes, if anybody has any questions, I'll go ahead and answer those.
Before we take questions, I would also like to
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Altheria Smith.
I'm sorry, I'd like to add that usually the Clery report comes in October, but due to COVID, it is due in December. So, and we're at this board meeting.
Thank you. So we are on time. Let's see, it looks like I've got Trustee Weinstein in the queue.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Etheria, for reminding us about October and December, because I was worried about that, and and for the work that you're doing. I actually am not sure the difference between Project 1 and Project 2 of the Blue Phones. So maybe you can elaborate that. And then also, so it sounds like really it's going to take about a year to get approximately a year to get those Blue Phones working. And so we can come back to that, but I'd kind of want to know why it takes so long to make them happen. And again, I appreciate your work, but kind of the buck stops with the trustees, and I want to make sure that our students are safe. So that's one question. The second question, thank you, Lieutenant, for the work that you've done and that you're trying to keep us safe. I appreciate that. I do have some questions. How do the students know when there is a crime that's been committed? Because I think that's also part of the Clery Act.
So everything is documented in a daily log that is accessible to the public, and that's kept at Peralta Police. And then anything that's a major crime, we let the campus know, and then we let the campus put it out however they feel that they want to put it out. If it was something major enough that we felt that we needed to put out, we would, but I always try to give the respect to the presidents on the campus and allow them to disseminate that information however they feel they want to disseminate it.
So basically, you have the information, and then you share it with the presidents or with the different campuses, and then they decide how to get the information out.
Correct. And everything is kept in the station as well. So that's part of the Clery information and part of our reporting system, that everything is available to the public. So if anybody ever wanted to come over and see our reports, we keep the like a daily log there. But
Right.
anytime something happens, like for example, when the rape happened, that was in the estuary right next to Laney, one of our first phone calls was to President Gilkerson to let her know the situation. And then, we give the colleges the respect of letting them put it out how they want to put it out. I don't want to step on any toes and just throw something out there and then folks aren't aware. So I don't know who, the president needs to talk to first before things become public. So we always give them the respect, and it seems to be working thus far.
Yeah. So the reason, why I asked that is that I don't know for sure, but I imagine that maybe a lot of students don't go and look at the public logs. So that it would be important to figure out, to be clear on how that information is given out. Like even for instance, this report, which is a very helpful report. I don't know if that's sent to the students. I don't know where it is shown.
Well, this report is on it's on the district website, and it's on each campus website, and then we also print out the handbook, which is readily available on all campuses as well as the district office. So the information is out there for people, and it's not hard to find.
All right, so I'm going to kind of just ask a little bit more about that. So for the presidents or whomever wants to answer this, when it's on the website, like how do students, like where does it say? I think this is important, and that's why I'm pushing it a little bit. Where do the students, how are the students told that's where it is? Like, does it say security, or where is that information? Because I'm sure they want to know, and I'm sure their families want to know, and their partners want to know. So how do the students find out where the Clery Act and the information about statistics, how did they find out about it?
So the Clery Act is on each campus website under Clery Act. So for example, I have 4 kids in college right now, and when they went to college, I looked at the Clery report. It's on every campus. So for example, University of Hawaii, I just went on the website, looked up Clery Act, and I could see everything that goes on. And we have the same thing at all of our campuses.
So it's listed on the website somewhere.
Mark could probably tell you exactly where it is right now, because I'm sure he's on his computer, but it should be right on each campus's website.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful to know where it is and whether people are actually looking at it. Mark, or whoever is answering it.
So I can answer. Yeah. So it is on each college campus website. It's a requirement to have on the websites. We also have it on our district website. We've got our college presidents are putting the links in the chat for everyone to see. My understanding is the Clery Act is something that people look at when they're evaluating, choosing a college or university. So it isn't something that, I guess if a student was looking and they, were just wondering, and they were looking at college data, best colleges from, U.S. Business World Report, there may be something there that says, here's what their Clery Act looks like. But it isn't, to my knowledge, something that we push out to students. And I think that's the nature of your question. Are students able to find it? Yes. Is it something that we advertise to them? I don't think so. And when I say advertise, I use in a quote, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it is included in the schedules that we produce, the booklets that provide all of the information about enrollment and courses. It has links to the Cleary report that's in that. That's probably that, and the college catalogs are two very commonly read documents by students. And there are links to the Cleary reports in those documents.
I'm sorry, so you are saying that in the class schedule? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. The class schedule includes a wrapper of information, and that's part of the wrapper.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I have more questions, but I appreciate the work that you all have done. And let's see if there are other people who trustees have questions too.
Thank you, Trustee Weinstein. I don't see any other trustees in the queue at this point. So if you have additional questions, it's a good time to
say them.
Oh, I do actually, I will pause. Okay. Trustee Gonzalez just popped into the queue.
I'm just going to pose this. I don't want a response right now, but if at some point coming back, we could get it. I'm just mindful of the time again. And my question echoes Trustee Weinstein's question about the blue phones, the distinction between phase 1 and phase 2. And I ask this because in the many years that I've been on the board, the blue phones have never completely functioned. There's always something with Blue Phone project. And the reason that I pulled an item later in the agenda is that it seems, I'm trying to figure out, is that the same vendor? What is it that slows us down on having that completion? And again, I don't want the answer right now. I'm just going to put that out into the ether and hope that at some point we can circle back around to that very question. Thank you.
Trustee Ewing, thank you. I will, and Trustee Weinstein, I will add to my knowledge and to what I do know of the blue phones. We've had a lot of turnover in the management of the blue phones. We've had vandalism when blue phones were repaired. And also, as something that Keith mentioned, our infrastructure. There's a lot of issues with our infrastructure. So it is we repaired the ones that could be repaired, but in future, the phase 2 will require trenching, will require rewiring, because our infrastructure currently does not support what is coming for the blue phones. We do not have the support for the new units for blue phones.
Wow.
So I would just suggest maybe we need to rethink the approach that we're taking. And I'm sure you've thought that very thing yourself. Maybe we need to rethink this because this doesn't work. This has never worked. And we've spent millions of dollars trying to make it work, and it just doesn't work. So what do I know? I'm just a trustee. So I'm going to let it go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And Chancellor, I'm sure you'll take this under advisement on updating around the blue phone.
Yes, absolutely. I have a note on that.
Thank you. And then we can go ahead and move on to our next item 3.3.
All right, thank you. 3.3, we're back to discussing the parcel tax and the process. So again, Tim Seufert is here, or I guess it's not Tim now, oh, they're both here. Tim Seufert and Jason Roth are both here from NBS to talk to us about the parcel tax. So Tim, I'll turn it over to you, and I will, have you been introduced to the board before, Tim? You and your colleague?
It's been a year or two, I'm sure.
Okay, well, just to update the board, Tim Seufert and his colleague Jason Roth are from NBS, and they perform the parcel tax calculations for our district. They've been doing this for several years now, and I believe that they bring the expertise that the district desperately needs for this, and we will be more diligent in calendaring these reports as we go forward. This report, as you'll see, is a little bit dated, but we appreciate NBS for their expertise and the ways in which they help us with our parcel tax. So Tim, if you want to give any more background about you and your firm, that'd be fine, but briefly.
We will be very brief. I note the hour here is 10:40 and it's getting later by the moment. But yes, so Jason Roth and myself are here to give a very, very brief overview. Not as exciting as some of the building programs and things you've been talking about, but $8 million a year in the parcel tax revenue is certainly worth diligent care and feeding, which is really what we do. We track the parcels and make sure they get on the tax rolls and answer questions and help with annual reporting that is not only just a best practice, but also required by certain Senate bills like Senate Bill 165 and what have you. It's literally take maybe 3 minutes, but we had a PowerPoint if Mark wants to throw that up on the screen for us. Thank you. Go to the next slide, please. So we'll just briefly, some of this is very much a reminder for some of the veterans and maybe some newer folks. We'll talk about what the summary is, who we are, and then answer questions. And in your board packet is the annual levy report from this past year for the expiring measure. And then we will be getting you probably in January, the levy report, the first one for the new measure. So next one, please, Mark. Yeah, just scroll, there we go. So Measure B is basically sunsetting and going away from us here as of June 30th of this past summer. And then Measure E, like Edward, is the one that has just started up. And so that is now on the tax rolls for collection and reimbursement to the district starting in, largely in December, January of this year. There's also a minor, no, go ahead. Let's go to the next one. Thanks. So this is just a real quick summary that, as I mentioned, $8 million is still about the right number. It's really $48 a parcel. There hasn't been a huge year-over-year change. We certainly do see change and monitor those. Next one there. Before I mention this, so there is also one minor legislative thing that we're going to be taking care of. There was a bill passed fairly recently, AB 2476, that says if a new parcel tax measure is passed, which Measure E is a new measure, you have to inform property owners who don't live in your district. So we have to send them a postcard and just let them know that it's a required practice, if you will. So that will be happening soon. And if you have any questions, just quickly, NBS, we've been working for the district for a few years here. We work with many local agencies and other ones around the state on these kinds of parcel taxes, assessment districts, and various property-based charges. I'm in San Francisco. My colleague is in Jason Roth is in Temecula down in Southern California. And we're here to answer any questions if you have any at this late hour.
Excuse me, thank you for that brief overview of our parcel tax, which I agree, and I'm sure the trustees agree, is equally as important as our bond program. So with that, trustees, if you don't have any questions, I know we're super excited always about our parcel tax. And special thanks to all of our taxpayers who graciously approved the parcel tax. Trustee Reese?
Yes, just a quick question. I know that you were talking about our last parcel tax, the B, expiring. Do we have summaries or accounting for that? Because I know that that's been a problem for this district, at least that we've been asking about, and I just don't see it for 2018, 2017. So just quickly and curiously. And if you don't
Sure.
have
So
an
to
answer,
clarify, our report is, we report on how the property taxes really come in and then how they're, being spent as a lump sum. But in terms of some of the details, I know we spoke briefly with Adil, Vice Chancellor Adil Ahmed about that. So I think that question probably, if you're getting into the categories and the buckets that goes into, I think that's more for him or Chancellor Walter.
okay. Maybe that's something that we could respond to at a later time, because I know that the hour is late, although I think that those are important questions that need important answers. But we can talk about that later at another time.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Then no questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And if there are no other questions, Chancellor, it looks like we're going to move on to item 4.1. So I will, 4.1 is our first reading on proposed board policies. You have this in your agenda. And again, this is an informational item on board policy 4235, which is credit for prior learning. We have no questions on that. We have item 4.2, which is a review of the financial statement and cash flow summary ending October 31st, 2020. Again, this is an informational item. And trustees, if you have a question, no questions. Item 4.3 is a discussion of items for inclusion on, oh, sorry, this was me. So this informational item is a reminder to all of our trustees that Dr. Helen Benjamin, who's been working with us on the development and the adoption of our board goals, this is background analysis and a high-level overview of what we can anticipate in our next board retreat as we start to create actionable plans around our board goals in terms of operationalizing them. We know that Dr. Benjamin has been working very closely with the Chancellor and her executive team on some of the items, some of the actionable items under our board goals that are that lie within the realm of the district administrative staff and their responsibility and oversight to bring that information to the board. And yet the board also has its own work to do. And so this is just noticing you. Our board clerk, Maisha Jameson, will be working hand in hand with Dr. Benjamin, and she will be canvassing the board trustees for their 8-hour board retreat to be scheduled between now and prior to December 31st. So with that, if there are no clarifying questions, I will move to our consent calendar. And may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Trustee Reese, second by Trustee Withrow, and we will do roll call. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow.
Yes.
Trustee Handy.
Yes.
Trustee Brown.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yun.
All good. That was a yes.
Trustee Weinstein.
Yes.
Trustee Reese.
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla.
Yes.
Thank you. Consent passes.
Thank you for that. We'll take our first action item, item 6.7, which will consider approval of the CMAS purchase agreement under CMAS contract pricing and provisions with OHO Technology, Inc. in the amount of $95,353.41 to purchase equipment, software, and services needed to install security cameras and a security server at the College of Alameda's new liberal arts building. That item was pulled by Trustee Gonzalez. You have the floor.
So this relates back to my earlier question about the Blue Phones and this company, which we've done business with in the past. And I'm just trying to refresh my memory on this. And I'm sorry I didn't ask the question prior to the meeting. Is this the same company that's been doing the Blue Phones, or is this a completely different company?
Trustee Ewing, it is the same company that's been working on the Blue Phones that I can recollect. However, when I do the research and come back, let me make sure I can give you a better answer and do a little bit more research on the history of the Blue Phones.
Okay, so I mean, I don't want to hold you up, but we do have this sort of constant thing where we're always working on the Blue Phones and they're never done. And it's just like, okay, is it the company? Is it the technology? What are we doing here? So that's why, and in the scheme of things, it's like we spend literally millions of dollars on these Blue Phones. This is $100,000, which doesn't sound like a lot of dough in comparison to how much. But when literally for 16 years, something like that.
Trustee Gonzalez, if I can, one of the things I think that would be really important for the board to understand when these contracts come before us. So this one is actually talking about purchasing equipment.
Yes.
I recall other OHO technology and other folks who seem to have other firms who seem to be working on it. We're doing more infrastructure work, right? And we're never really quite sure between, hey, is this going to actually end in the installation of equipment, or are we doing schematics and planning and engineering and, that type of work? So it'd be really interesting, Chancellor, on the Blue Phone issue, if you would consider just giving it a little focus and bringing it back center for us so that we can actually get an update. If you recall, a few years ago, our local news actually came out on site and really did a horrible story on the Blue Phones that were inoperable and not working. And so we don't want to find ourselves in that situation ever again. And so we want to make sure that these phones are operable and working for our students. So I think the board as a whole, if I'm not mistaken, would really like to have an update about the Blue Phones and status of the Blue Phones.
This is cameras. It's a different tech. It's a different campus, et cetera, but it's the same company. And that's my concern, that it's the same company and maybe it's not the company's problem. Maybe they're great. I don't know. But
it keeps bringing up the issue, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no further comments on this item, let's go ahead and take a roll call.
I think we need to move approval, don't we?
Oh, I thought we had did we have a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
In a second.
Second.
And that was from
Trustee Brown.
Trustee Brown, thank you. I'm watching you, Maisha. I know you're looking for it. Okay. And so now we can go ahead and do a roll call.
Great, thank you. Trustee Withrop.
Yes.
Trustee Handy.
Yes.
Trustee Brown.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yun.
Abstain.
Thank you. Trustee Weinstein.
Say yes for now.
Thank you. Trustee Reese.
Yes. Yes.
And President Bonilla.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you for that. We'll move to action item 7.1, which is consider the second reading and approval of the proposed board policy 5030 on student fees. We have a motion to approve, and do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Seeing no discussion, let's go ahead and do roll call.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan?
Yes, sorry. Looking for the mute button.
Okay. Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Reese?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Chancellor, I'm going to ask you on this next item, which is consider approval for our Peralta Community College District mission statement, to give us a little bit of context for this mission statement, if you would, please.
Sure, thank you. So the basic question rests upon whether or not the trustees would like to continue with the existing mission statement, which is there for you to refresh your memory, or if the trustees would like to revisit the mission statement that was put forward for review and consideration in April of 2020. The mission statement that was presented in April is also there for you to review. It's in the middle of the item here. But basically, the mission statement that you choose will help us with our accreditation needs. As you can see, standard 1A1 and 1A4. And then we need that for going forward with our strategic planning and educational master planning and our ICERs and so forth. And if the trustees don't wish to either affirm the current mission statement or adopt or reconsider the mission statement that was put forward in April, then you would need to go through a whole mission visioning statement process again through the participatory governance bodies across the district. So we really want to have the trustees either affirm the current mission statement or the one that was proposed in April, so that it would help us in our accreditation and moving forward with our strategic planning. That's a nutshell.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Trustee Withrow?
I personally strongly feel we should affirm the current mission statement. The one that's proposed to me is a substantial oversimplification of our organization. I think we tend to, when we talk about the community colleges, talk in terms of singular things, when in fact we have a very complex operation. And I think the current mission statement, along with the values that follow beyond that, are very important. So I strongly support affirming it.
Thank you. Thank you. Trustee Handy?
Sorry, it takes a while for me to unmute this. I think that we should leave the mission statement as it was. We anguished over that to make sure that it covered all of our aspects. This new one, it has vagueness that eliminates accountability. And this leaves us with no accountability standards, which does not allow us, measurements. So as they're asking us to be able to be more responsible in measuring our progress, we don't want to oversimplify things. So I think we really should, what we had works and we should leave it alone. Otherwise, I think we may get into trouble down the line because of the vagueness of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Brown?
Thank you. One of the areas of work that's being done in the statewide task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion is to provide questions, benchmarks, measurements that trustees can use from a governance perspective to assess how they're meeting their obligation, their duty to dismantle the structures which are exclusionary or which are undermining the success of students that are from underrepresented groups. Part of the mission statement effect, the one that had existed, was to provide measurements of how the institution was meeting its obligation. Are we actually enrolling students in giving high school students who are in underrepresented categories an opportunity to see college through dual enrollment? Are we? It's a litany of different measurements. Actually, gotta turn to that page. Are we working on foundational basic skills? Early college, supporting and having a supportive and satisfying and functional work environment. It's like the performance contract that our board has talked about for quite some time. You can't measure whether or not you're meeting the mark if you don't have a set of criteria that you've described as being demonstrative of achieving your goal. So that is why the mission statement, as it is helpful. We had rejected ideas or suggestions about changing the mission statement in the past, and so I think that it would be it would not be in keeping with the current idea of having more accountability in terms of serving the growing demographic of diverse students if we change this mission statement, because the one-liner doesn't allow you any grasp to ask yourself if you've met those criteria. So I think we would be doing a disservice to the goal of putting students first by changing the mission statement for those reasons.
Gonzalez?
Thank you. So I'm going to make a motion that we reaffirm the mission statement that we have. And I'd also like to put out an area that I think we need a little bit of thinking about, and that has to do with the interaction between the shared governance process and the board. So there was an entire process that colleges went through to think about the mission statement and revise it, and they came up with modifications. I don't know what went into that thinking, and I don't know what the various alternatives were. We have a policy and oversight role, so I think it's appropriate for us to have, to approve a mission statement and to be thinking about that. But I'm mindful that there are some very smart people who are more deeply involved in the day-to-day operations of the institution than we are, who've come up with a new mission statement. But I have no idea what went on in their thinking, and the statement itself is so short and there's no explanation behind it for us to be able to intelligently engage in that dialogue. And I think this is a dialogical process. So it feels a little bit insulting to just hand it back and say no. On the other hand, it feels a little insulting to just be handed a mission statement like, here, vote on this. So anyway, I've made a motion. I'm asking for a second, and it's late, so I don't want to get a big debate about it tonight.
Second the motion.
Right. Trustee Reed? You got a second, but Trustee Reese is in the queue.
So mission statements are supposed to be clear, they're supposed to be concise, they're supposed to be things that every individual in the community, in the colleges, in the district can memorize, and so that it becomes a living mantra, it becomes everything they do. When you have a paragraph or 2 paragraphs or 3 paragraphs that constitute your mission statement, that goes on a shelf or it goes in a document and it's forgotten. And the purpose of a mission statement is that it needs to be alive in every possible way. So I think, to Nikki's point, we would love to be able to see if we have that information as to what went on, because it went through a governance process, and there were 150 people, 150 students, classified professionals, full and part-time faculty. And I think that that's a testament to a good governance process. And if it is within our purview to get more information about how they came to that, that would be great. If not, if this is what they came up with, I would say I think it's great. I think it's very clear, it's very concise. It has these particular bullet points, and then it can be changed in a year. But we really have to make sure that a mission statement is something that people memorize and people know, and that it becomes something that they can internalize on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Trustee Reed. Trustee Brown.
The opportunity for trustees to comment is now, as I understand it. So it would be rather difficult to participate in a conversation that in its time other than your allocated turn to do so, which is what we're doing now. And we're adding our thoughts. And unless there's an alternative process somewhere out there that allows for there to be a group discussion that involves trustees, then this would be the time to determine what the governance role thought process says regarding this mission statement. From a statewide level, we've been noticing and trying to catch up with the students we're supposed to be serving, because the inequity and the disparities are huge and gaping. And the reason that these catchwords underrepresented in higher education are used is because it's actually fact. The people who are the majority of being served in our institutions are not represented in the same manner, in fact, in a fraction of the manner, in the employment of the institutions in faculty, and less so in classified staff and administration. And so the idea is that trustees are grassroots, representing the neighborhood they live in, the people that are actually attending the college. And so the idea that we would not use that voice that's reflective of the student population is, I think, we have to step back. The idea is that we have to make our decisions in representing our community, and we have to add our comments. And it may not be popular when you can't really share those ideas with your community because they're not involved in the conversation, but it is our job to educate the people that are underrepresented, because they are the majority of the student body.
Thank you for that, Trustee Brown. Yeah, I'm conflicted about this because this is not the first time this has come to us. This is the second time it's come to us. And I think there's several points. One, and I appreciate what Trustee Brown, what you just said in terms of a level of accountability that goes above and beyond our own process internally, but how we are serving and holding ourselves accountable within our entire community. And at the same time, there was a pretty in-depth process that took place that involved students and faculty and administrators, and this was a whole process. I think I have a feeling that because the trustees did not have a heads up that the mission statement was being reviewed and under consideration, it came to us literally out of left field the first time we seen this. We had no idea that there was a discussion taking place. So we were, I think we felt a little broadsided by it. I feel differently today than I did the first time I seen it because we know that this has gone through a pretty wide participatory process. So I'll leave it there. I'm still feeling a little conflicted about this. Trustee Gonzalez, looks like you had your hand up.
I did. And so I'm mindful of, I mean, I don't disagree with anything that anybody has said. The problem is that this mission statement misses some key elements that I think are essential. And so we're being asked, vote up or down, keep it or adopt this one, as opposed to, how about we take this to our retreat as we talk about board goals, et cetera. We have representatives from the Academic Senate and the other shared governance. We take an hour out of that to actually have a discussion, see whether, it's like, this is a goofy process that we're being asked to engage in. I understand that it's part of the accreditation. I understand that it's 11:15 at night and we've all got other stuff to do. And so we're all tired and grumpy at this point. So
I want you to make sure that you're tired and grumpy is going back into closed session after this.
Yeah.
So can I offer something here? If
yes,
it's okay?
Chancellor, please do.
So what happened was you rejected the mission statement that was put before you in April. And really what we want to do is, and for me, what that means is you're keeping the other mission statement. I just want us to affirm that as we go forward. If it's the will of the trustees that we can do that, and then we can open a new process, because that's really what would be required, that we would open a new mission visioning process. So I just needed to have the board of trustees to acknowledge it's not a voted up or voted. I don't mean it to come across that way. I just mean for us to be mindful of what it means.
Yes.
That's all.
And I would suggest, if I can just finish my thought, I would suggest that there just needs to be one more step. It doesn't need to start all over. I think there needs to be a step where the people who've already gone through that process now come and have that process with us for that additional modification. Because I think Cindy's right. What we've got is too long, but so if we can vote on this tonight for the purposes of having a thing in place that we've reaffirmed, then we can come back and revisit this.
Or if we don't necessarily have to vote on this, if we can table it, that way it suspends the issue and our mission statement stays intact.
Right.
And so perhaps if we table the item, we can have a much fuller discussion about where we insert for the trustees a larger discussion around the mission statement. So I'll let you all think about that for a second, but I do have Trustee Weinstein in the queue.
So can people hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I'm just wondering, Trustee Brown has brought up an important point, I think, or important points. And I just wanted to ask if there was something specific that she wanted to share about what might be included in this. Like, kind of specific wording, or is there, I get what you're saying, Trustee Brown, but I'm just wondering if there's something specific that you wanted to put in it.
Well, I think that the process of the discussion of this in a group setting is a very good idea, because the target is, you think about how you would actually manifest or demonstrate inclusivity and student success. What the whole, there was back in April, there was actually a task force on education for African American students. There was a task force on education for Hispanic students. There was all this work being done with trustees, with faculty members, with staff members, in an effort to try and figure out how we're going to address the huge inequities. That's really the meaning of dismantling structural racism. When you have an education system that's built on privilege and a certain cultural bias, how do you change those things? And part of what the trustees come up with, and part of what these task forces came up with, was to have a set of criteria that identify a different way of thinking. And so that's what I would say, and I appreciate the question, Karen. It's to, how do you identify a different way of thinking that's actually focused on the barriers, that's focused on the solutions. And so that's why one line doesn't really
do it.
But and so in saying that, I say that a group conversation is a good idea, because it's really not, the wording comes from the concept. And if people collectively can create the description of those concepts, but what it really is to change the cultural bias, and how do you manifest that? And so that is what the work has been over the last, I guess I'd say maybe this year. It was much more in earnest. And with the call to action, because our demographics have changed. If you look at the state of education in California, and I've drafted a whole lot of these reports because I'm, part of the joint caucus, how are you actually going to get your students to the finish line?
Yeah.
And what is the governance role in that, is to say, what is it that actually impacts students, and what actually helps them, and how do you help move the institution in that way? And as trustees, you got to be able to articulate that in some way and make those concepts come alive in words that are your mission, so that you could measure whether or not you're successful and whether or not you're fulfilling your mission.
Makes sense. Yeah. So maybe if that's in a discussion, that would be helpful. But thank you for making it more specific.
Sure.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Trustee Handy? Trustee Handy, I think you're still on mute.
Yeah, I couldn't.
There you are.
Okay, no, can we just call for the question, please? Can we call for the vote?
Well, I think we're trying to decide whether we're calling for the vote, or whether we're going to
Leave it
table
as it
the
is.
issue.
Let's table the issue.
I'm happy to withdraw my motion. I'm trying to comply with the chancellor's request that we either
let's just table it,
confirm or change, and whatever is necessary there, I'm happy to do it.
Well, I think if we table it, it'll give us the opportunity to have the in-depth discussion that involves the trustee and the trustees in this process.
Then I will,
as I think I've heard. Thank you. We will table the item, and Chancellor will take this under advisement on how we're going to incorporate it so that the trustees can fully participate in this process. At least take what has been already done and then let us have a discussion. Does that work for you?
Great, it works perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will move to item 7.3. This is a ratification of amendment number 1 for the independent consultant agreement for special services of Knoll and Tam Architects for the transition analysis services at Berkeley. And I'll let you read the rest. May I have a motion to approve?
I'd like to move this item as well as the remainder of the action calendar. If there are no objections, items 7.4, 5, and 6.
Okay. I need a second for that.
Second.
Oh, you got 2 seconds for that. Fantastic. Chancellor?
So I'm sorry, which items were they?
7.3, 7.4, the remainder 7.5 and 7.6.
7.5 is it's an employee action retirement, and so
it's okay. We can still take it as a group. Mm-hmm. So 7.3, 4, 5, and 6. It's been motioned once, second twice, and with no further discussion, we can go ahead and do roll call. The second, let's see, who are your choices? I think Trustee Reese.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what happens. You get a little loopy when we stay on too late. And I'm so sorry, we're going back into closed session, trustees.
What did we just do, Julina? What did we just do?
We just adopted 7.3, 4, 5, and 6.
We're about to have a vote.
It's
We're about
moved
to have a vote,
and seconded.
And did we table the mission statement?
We did. We tabled the mission statement, yes.
Okay, and that doesn't have to be decided before a certain deadline.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes, I know. And when all else fails, go back to the recording, right? So can we have roll call, please, on this item 7.3, 4, 5, and 6?
Yes, Trustee Withrow. Okay, I think that was a yes. You're on mute, sir.
No.
No.
It was a no. Okay.
I think, Bill, do you know are you voting no on all those action items?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Ewing?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Reese?
Yes, except Chancellor, is there a difference between a resignation and a retirement that we need to know about? If not, then
no, there is no.
Okay, all right, then yes.
Okay. And President Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you for that. Trustees, would you like to forego your Board of Trustee report since we're going back into closed session?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're going back into closed session. So let me just thank everyone, and we're recessing to go back into closed session. So we'll use our former link to go back into closed session. So we'll sign off and sign back on.
And President Bonilla, we don't need the rest of the staff to stick around for the rest.
No, they're leaving. I mean, you can wait if you want. We'll do a report out and it will be recorded. You're more than welcome to hang out until we come back out, or you can look at the recording tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do you need me to read the announcements then? Or will I do that when I do the report out?
The report out will be recorded.
Pardon me?
The report out will be recorded.
So we're going back
the
to
report out, yeah.
Where we were for closed session.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
We're going back to the link that we were in for closed session. We're leaving this room, closing this down, logging back on to the old link.
Yes, hopefully it works.
Yeah.
See you all in a few. Everybody else, good
Bye.
night.
Okay.